The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Those persons not entitled to the privilege of the floor will please retire to the gallery. The senators all in attendance will stand and be led in prayer by Saif Rahman, Dar al-Noor Islamic Center, Woodbridge, Virginia. The senators will remain standing and be led in the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States of America by Senate Page Aaron Olivia McPike.
O Allah, we ask you to bless the members of this chamber with courage and wisdom so that they may strive for the rights of the oppressed and stamp out bigotry, hatred, and racism. We strive to live by the standard you set in chapter 5, verse 8 of the Quran, where you decree, O you who have believed, be persistently standing firm for God, witnesses in justice, and do not let the hatred of a people prevent you from being just. Be just, that is nearer to righteousness, and fear God. Indeed, God is acquainted with what you do. Just God, we ask that you envelop this chamber, its members, and its staff with your mercy in order that they may serve this Commonwealth in striving for liberty and justice for all, regardless of faith, race, nationality, origin, gender, or wealth. Lord, allow us to not only repent for our past misdeeds and misgivings, but be a source of positive change and healing to bring about equality in our Commonwealth and our country. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The clerk will call the roll. All those in attendance will please record their vote aye. The clerk will close the roll.
You have a quorum, Mr. President. Senate Journal for Monday, February 4th, 2019.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike, moves that the reading of the journal be waived. All in favor of waiving the reading of the journal will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the journal is waived. The clerk will report any communication from the House of Delegates. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Senator.
I respectfully move that we waive the reading of any communications received from the House of Delegates.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the reading of the communication from the House of Delegates be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. The reading of the communication from the House of Delegates is waived. Clerk, report any communication from the governor.
We do not have any, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now comes the time in the morning hour where we have the privilege and pleasure of welcoming our distinguished guest here in the Senate gallery. I will give my daily reminder that the way this will proceed is that a senator will stand up and recognize an individual or group. I will then offer the warm welcome of the Senate, and then at the very end, we will all clap together. I'd like to begin by recognizing the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning, Senator.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
From myself and the good Senator, Senator Reeves from Fredericksburg, today we would like to welcome our friends from Geico. Not only are they friends, they're community leaders, they're job growers, they're compassionate volunteers. Home of the Geico Gecko, they're always hiring. I believe that there's just over 500 positions available, so they're always looking for good, qualified individuals. So we would like to give them the warmest welcome of the Senate for these wonderful job growers. Thank you, Mr. President.
I will. Well, very good. We're going to wait till the end. Would our friends from Geico in the gallery please rise if you're able? Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We are honored to have you in the Senate of Virginia. We echo the generous and eloquent words of the junior senator from Virginia Beach, who I know is joined by the senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves. You're a tremendous and very successful organization and a great company, and really provides so much in the way of jobs and economic growth and security here in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So we're very proud to have you. You're welcome back here anytime. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from Geico. Very well done. The senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Senator has the floor.
Today in the gallery, Mr. President and members of the body, we have Medical Society of Virginia Student Coalition, and you'll notice they have these short white coats on. You have to earn that long white coat, and boy, do they earn it, working hard. So we're so glad that they're down here today, Mr. President, really acquainting themselves with political action as they learn and master the art of medicine. So I hope you'll give them a warm welcome. And thank God I don't have to repeat it.
You did it successfully, Senator. Thank you very much. Would our leaders from the Medical Society of Virginia in the gallery please rise if you are able? Thank you all so much for being here with us today, and also thank you for pursuing such an important and noble calling in your professional lives. We obviously always depend on tremendously well-trained doctors to make our families healthier and our Commonwealth a stronger place. And I know that Senator Donovan thinks the world of each one of you, as we all do, and we are grateful to you for all that you're doing now and all that you will do. Look forward to the very long white coats that you all get to don here very soon. And we are proud of you. And I would ask everyone to please join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friends from the Medical Society of Virginia. Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for the purpose of an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to ask you to provide the Senate's warm welcome to Imam Saif Rahman, who kicked us off this morning with a wonderful prayer. I think it was insightful as we begin to work through our final days to cross over here, and we need a little bit of that sort of spirit this morning. So, Imam Saif Rahman is from Dar al-Noor Islamic community, and he's joined today by members of the Virginia Council of Muslim Organizations, and we have Saeed Rahman as well as my good friend Rafi Ahmed. So, Mr. President, please give him the warm welcome of the Senate.
I thank the Senator. Would Imam Saif Rahman and the Virginia Council of Muslim Organizations please rise to the gallery if you're able? Thank you all so much for being here today. Thank you for your moral leadership in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Imam, that was a tremendous and beautiful prayer, and we are grateful to you for your spirit and for being here. Look forward to you coming back many more times in the future. Thank you for all that you do. We know that Dar al-Noor in particular is a wonderfully active mosque, and you do so much for the community. And I've had the privilege and pleasure of being with you and look forward to coming back. So I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our three distinguished guests. And Aaron did a great job on the Pledge of Allegiance, Senator. You're doing a great job. Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise for an introduction.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, today with us we have members of the Virginia Nurses Association. The Nurses Association, of course, promotes the interest of folks that care for people and also promote healthy living. And I'd have them know of my breakfast today of scrambled eggs, bacon, and a Mountain Dew, so they can take note of that. But I know it's great to have them here. I have many friends in the association, and I welcome them to the gallery today. Thank you.
I thank the Senator. Would our leaders from the Virginia Nurses Association please rise in the gallery if you are able? Wonderful. Thank you all so much for joining us here today. We are honored by your presence and deeply grateful for your work in such a critically important profession. We all, of course, have connections to nurses. I'm proud. My sister is a labor and delivery nurse, and my grandmother was one as well, and have a lot of them in my family, but we all have connections. It's such a critically important profession, and we could not deliver high-quality health care without exceptional nurses like the ones who are here today. So we appreciate you all. I did want to put in a note. Senator Peterson is very active in our basketball game that we play every year. We're going to play that on Wednesday. And if you've seen us practice, we're really going to need the doctors and the nurses at the end of that game. So if you all could hang around with us, we'd appreciate that. But thank you all so much for your leadership. We are deeply proud of you. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our leaders from the Virginia Nurses Association. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purposes of an introduction? Is there any other business to come in the morning hour? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Senate calendar for Tuesday, February 5th, 2019. Uncontested calendar. House bills on third reading. House Bill 1940, a bill to amend and reenact 19.2-390.3 of the Code of Virginia relating to child pornography registry, contents of registry, criminal investigations report. Reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the child pornography register, which is used in law enforcement for the identification of victims of child sexual predators. This is a bill that enhances the ability of law enforcement to identify and protect and save children who are victims of predators.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1940? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1940 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. House Bill 1940 passes.
House Bill 1953, a bill relating to appeals from founded complaints of child abuse or neglect, concurrent criminal investigations. Reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe this is very similar to, can I go by just briefly, Mr. President, so I can pull it up?
Without objection, House Bill 1953 will go by temporarily.
House Bill 2073, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, happy hour advertising. Reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with amendment.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move passage of the bill. Sorry for the delay on that. This is the same as the...
Senator, I'm sorry. I think we have a committee amendment first. Do you want to move that?
Yes, Mr. President. On 2073, I would move the committee amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the identical bill to Senator Mason's bill that we heard in Social Service and Rehab. And with the amendment, it does make it identical. This is the happy hour advertisement bill, and I'd ask the bill to pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 2073? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 2073 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. House Bill 2073 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bill on third reading. Senate Bill 1027, a bill relating to health insurance catastrophic plans.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that bill,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, this is identical legislation that passed unanimously through this body last year. It is a bill to help address the ever-increasing cost of health insurance plans in the Commonwealth of Virginia. I know that last year you all will remember when the senator from Spotsylvania spoke about a constituent of his who was trying to get health insurance on the individual market, and it was going to cost him something like $40,000 a year to cover the cost of the premiums. What this bill does is to offer a plan that is already offered under the ACA, under the Affordable Care Act. It is a plan that provides catastrophic health care insurance. This is a high deductible, low monthly premium plan that's currently offered under the ACA, but it is limited to only those who are 30 years or younger. So if you're over 30 right now, you can't purchase one of these plans on the individual marketplace. And so what this bill will do is it will have us get a state innovation waiver so that we can, in Virginia, now offer these catastrophic health insurance plans to those who want them, to those who need them, to those who may want that choice. This is not going to be necessarily a plan for everyone, but now that the individual mandate has gone away, there are a lot more Virginians who are choosing to not purchase and pay for health insurance and are remaining uninsured. This catastrophic health insurance plan will allow those who are over the age of 30 and who wish to have a high deductible, low premium plan to have one. And with that, I move that the bill pass, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1027? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1027 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1027 passes.
Returning to House Bill 1953.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I finally got my act together here. House Bill 1953, I move that it pass, and speaking of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this bill is actually the same as Senator Mason's bill. The last bill was the same as Senator McPike's bill. This is a bill we passed out of the Senate 40-0. It has to do exactly with amending and reenacting a code section that had to deal with appeals from founded complaints of child abuse and neglect. And it's technical in some of the natures about days, how many days an appellate request for an appeal with the local department's findings, some others. And I ask the bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on House Bill 1953? Seeing none, the question is, shall House Bill 1953 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. House Bill 1953 passes.
Regular calendar, Senate bills on third reading. Senate Bill 1169, a bill relating to apprenticeships, ratio of apprentices to journeymen.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Morning again, Mr. President.
Morning.
We'd like to take Senate Bill 1169 by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1169 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1539, a bill relating to withholding of income for child support independent contractors. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with amendments.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Thank you, Mr. President. In order to get this bill in the right posture to deal with the committee amendments that were made yesterday, we need to sort of rewind this. So, having voted on the prevailing side by which we engrossed the bill in advance to its third reading, I'd move that we reconsider the vote.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was engrossed in advance to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I move that we waive reading of the Committee on General Laws amendments.
Question is, shall the reading of the committee amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the committee amendments is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Mr. President, I move the Committee on General Laws amendments and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill has to do with withholding child support from independent contractors. There was a concern about this when it came to the floor previously because the bill also at the time required employers to report new 1099 independent contractors to the Virginia Employment Commission New Hires Center. The Committee on General Laws has stripped out that requirement with the amendments right here, and I would move that those amendments pass.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Mr. President, I would move the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. The Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Mr. President, I move we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Serville.
Mr. President, I move the bill pass and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, what this bill you have before you does is it allows courts to withhold child support from independent contractors. Right now, there's no statutory authority to do that. Right now, the only statutory authority for a child support wage withholding order is for a W-2 employee. And that's important for a couple reasons. First of all, DCSC currently has about 300,000 child support cases that are pending. Arrears in this state right now total $2.4 billion. That's billion with a B. About 268,000 people owe child support. About 176,000 of them are paying, and the most effective way to collect them is through wage withholding orders. That's what DCSC has always done. Last year, the state distributed about $174 million on these wage withholding orders. But again, under our current code, you can't withhold from an independent contractor. So if you owe child support and you don't want to pay, you can go work at Uber, you go work at Lyft, or you go to a 1099 employee, and they don't take it out of your paycheck anymore. This simply creates the authority to do it. It does not require an employer to do anything unless the person who's paying child support is in court, and the person receiving child support says, I want an order, and then the court sends an order. So this is not going to be very burdensome on employers, from my perspective, and it'll help us get this child support rearage down, because when it's not paid, a lot of times the state ends up paying it instead. So we need to get this, do a better job of collecting. Again, would hope we pass the bill.
Mr. President.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Will the gentleman answer a question?
Will Senator yield for a question?
I'll yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
You know, when you have regular employees and you receive a court order, you withhold the payments and that type of thing. I can see all kinds of mischief here. With a 1099 employee you might bring on for 2-3 weeks for a specialized thing. What liability falls back on the employer that hires somebody under a 1099 if for some reason the paperwork doesn't get there, or he's already paid the employee and then found out that the employer has to come up with his own money because he can't get it from the employee? What protection is there from this? Because a lot of these 1099 things are a week, 2 weeks, for a specific thing, and not necessarily somebody trying to beat the system, if you will.
Right.
Senator's the floor.
So, Mr. President, the way I'd answer the gentleman is to say that the employer's obligation to start withholding money doesn't kick in until the order's been signed by a judge and then actually served on the employer by a sheriff or private process server. And so the employer would have that order show up. It doesn't just come by mail. It comes by process server or sheriff, and it's delivered to them. They know at that point that's when the obligation kicks in. So if the person was paid before that order came, the employer doesn't have any liability at all. But if the employer pays money to the employee after the order comes while the order is in effect, then there would be an issue there.
Further question.
Further question? Senator Yield.
I yield.
Senator Yield, you have the floor.
Okay, in an SCP agreement where I might come in and ask for a retainer of, say, $10,000, and then later on the person that gave me the retainer all of a sudden receives a court order saying I need, X amount of money. what liability is then on the employer?
There's the floor.
After he's already paid a retainer.
Mr. President, I'm not sure I completely understand the question, but the way I would say it is the order states exactly how much you have to withhold each pay period. It's usually a percentage of what the person is owed. And in a wage withholding order, it states that. And I'm not sure, I'm still not exactly clear on the scenario you painted to be able to answer it more clear than that.
Mr. President, if I might, suppose that I go out and say to a particular client, I'll do some work for you, but I need $10,000 up front, to get started. And if it over exceeds $10,000, I'll send you a bill for the rest of it, a retainer. I assume lawyers work on retainers. Everyone I've worked with has charged me one. Anyway, so then after I pay this $10,000, I receive this $10,000, and I haven't been paying my child support, all of a sudden the employer gets a statement saying, hey, he owes a percentage of it. There's, what liability do I have? Do I then have to write another check for the percentage of the child support since I can't get the money back from the person?
Senator, the floor.
Mr. President, the way I would answer the question is that if the person who paid the retainer, the person who paid the $10,000, got served with a wage withholding order after they wrote the check for $10,000, they would have no further obligation to pay any child support unless that retainer was exhausted and then they had to start paying more money later. The obligation to pay, it only kicks in when you have the obligation to pay, but if you've already paid, then you don't have any.
I thank you, John.
Senator from Franklin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can Senate Bill 1539 go by temporarily?
Sure.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1539 will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1098, a bill relating to Department of Small Business and Supplier Diversity Definition Small Business. We have committee amendments from general laws, so we need to reconsider the engrossment in it.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we reconsider the vote by which the bill was ordered to be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered and engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The motion is agreed to. The senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee amendments are contained in your yellow folders, and I would move that we agree to the committee amendments.
Thank you, Senator. Actually, do you want to waive the reading?
I don't know that that's... This is a committee amendment. We usually don't waive the reading on those.
It's not in the calendar, so we should waive the reading.
You told us not in the calendar, so we should just waive the reading, just to procedurally be in the good place.
I move that the committee amendments, the reading of the committee amendments be waived.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the committee amendments be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the committee amendments is waived. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move now that we engross the bill and advance it to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The rules are suspended, and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The amendments, committee amendments to this bill return it to its original posture, but it adds a reenactment clause. 33 years ago, Mr. President, we defined small business as a business with basically receipts of over $10 million or 250 employees or less. Because of inflation over that time, 95% of Virginia businesses qualify as a small business. When 95% are small businesses, nobody's really a small business. And this has been a difficult one to solve. It was 33 years ago we did this. 15 years we've been trying to solve it. And I don't believe this bill is, in its current form, is going to become law, but we need it. We need it because JLARC is going to conduct a study looking at other states and how they define small business, and it would behoove us to have a benchmark that they can compare those other states to. This comes from a study from the Small Business and Diversity Agency here in the state, which a study was done with VCU. So this is as good as we can get it right now. But we need to engage the small business community. We've heard from some, but not from too many small businesses. We need to get them engaged. We need JLARC to have this as a benchmark to measure what other states are doing against. So it is a vehicle to move it forward. It's been defanged by the reenactment clause. And I want to work this in the off-season here with JLARC to come up with a really good definition of small business so small businesses actually have the advantage they were designed to have in state contracting. And so I reiterate my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. Chairman.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I apologize. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that we will not advance this legislation. I've worked with the patron. He's a great guy, and I hate to work against this bill. But what's of paramount importance here is we're redefining small business without really getting the input that we need from the small business communities. Basically, there is a major change in this bill, and that is changing the definition of a small business from a business with less than 250 employees or $10 million in gross receipts averaged over 3 years. This bill changes it to 250 or less employees and $10 million in gross receipts averaged over the last 3 years. As I mentioned before, the profit margins in a lot of different businesses, construction, road building, etc., are very low. They're razor thin now. And I really think this has an opportunity to hurt a lot of people and not help them. I understand the gentleman's desire to try to pare down the small business definition, but I really think without the input of the stakeholders that we found, now there's been a small study that's been done, but I would really like to have more information from all the stakeholders and those who may be impacted by this that have no idea that it's coming. So, Mr. President, unfortunately, I have to oppose the bill. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain, rise?
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I would urge you to vote against this bill. I really do understand what the gentleman is trying to get at, but by passing a bill, even if it's got a reenactment provision on it, I mean, that's not the way to tackle it. We have a JLARC study that is scheduled to begin, and although this bill has gone through, I don't know how many committees, has been reviewed, and every time it's been looked at, there have been more issues that have been identified with it. I have been hearing from small businesses, particularly over the course of the past few days. They are gravely concerned about this. And one additional thing I would point out is that what this bill, one of the things among others that this bill does is it defines gross receipts as net receipts. It mischaracterizes them. I know that my friend, the former senior senator from Henrico, would be aghast at that notion by taking taking cost of goods sold out of the definition of gross receipts. It's not. This bill has a lot of issues. I think we would be well advised to let JLARC take a look at it and to come back with a real plan, rather than one that we're cobbling together at the 11th hour.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Mr. President, speaking briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
I would have hoped that this Commonwealth would have adopted years ago the federal classification for small business. But let me tell you some of the pitfalls in here. I spent most of my career in the shipbuilding, ship repair industry. The definition at the federal level for a small business shipyard is less than 1,000 employees. And you ask yourself, well, why so big? Why so? It takes at least 40 to 50 employees just to cover all the different trades on that, to cover all the different trades involved in a ship repair operation or shipbuilding operation. We're getting ready to move down this road, and we just don't know how many businesses and other trades outside of what I used to work in is going to be impacted by this. Who's going to be cut out of the opportunity to bid that would otherwise be a small business? The federal codes for so many different things vary on gross receipts. A small business manufacturing company probably has to have receipts of $30 to $40 million a year to justify any kind of manufacturing line. I can't see that we go in here willy-nilly without the impact to all different kinds of companies based on and less than $10 million. Now, in some businesses, that might be plenty, and that might be something that qualifies as a big business. But I can assure you in many industries across this Commonwealth that the small business definitions outlined by the federal industrial classification codes do recognize what a true small business is, and I would hope we'd defeat this bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1098? Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just to wrap up, I believe that the gentleman from Rockingham heard from his small business constituents because this bill was out there. What we need to do is to get people's attention. We've tried to solve this for 33 years since we first began that definition in 1986. I recognize the flaws in the bill, but my understanding of the JLARC study is that they're going to look at other states, not try to define what it is in Virginia. This is a vehicle for getting people out of the woodwork, engaged in this process, and trying to solve this so that small businesses get what they deserve in the Commonwealth, which is an opportunity to bid on state contracts and not have to compete against large businesses. Right now, 250 employees, you could have, under the current law, you can have revenue of $1 billion and qualify as a small business. We need to get this process going. This is a process bill. It's not designed to ultimately pass, but let's get it down the road and show Virginia that we're serious about solving this problem. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1098 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 18, noes 22.
Ayes 18, noes 22. Senate Bill 1098 fails.
Senate Bill 1671, a bill relating to charitable gaming, special permit for the play of electronic versions of instant bingo, pull tabs, or seal cards, or on certain premises. We have one floor amendment.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to reconsider the vote which we engrossed and advance the bill to its third reading.
Question is, shall the vote by which the bills engrossed and advanced to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move the adoption of the floor amendment. And speaking to that motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this changes and provides sort of some curbs to the original language. It provides and allows up to 4 machines in the places that sell alcohol to on-lights premise license. So this would provide a little bit more quantity that we're setting in this code. And with that explanation, I move the passage of the amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, what purpose, Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake rise?
To speak to the bill.
To the amendment? We're doing
Not to the amendment, sorry.
Okay.
Wait to the bill. Excuse
no
me.
problem. No problem. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we engross and advance the bill to its 3rd reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its 3rd reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its 3rd reading. Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend the rules and dispense with the 3rd constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the 3rd constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. The rules are suspended and the 3rd constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Prince William, Senator McPike.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to that motion,
the Senator has the floor.
What this bill does, ladies and gentlemen, is really level the playing field for your local Moose Lodge, VFW, American Legions, and other charitable gaming organizations within your localities. Many of you are aware, I think the Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, has indicated a growth of private machines that have been actually consuming a lot of the activity that have gone to our local charitable gaming organizations. This seeks to level the playing field, and with the amendment today, would allow for electronic pull-tab devices into places that have ABC license and premise. And so this would really help these organizations that have been losing revenue and doing so much good work in our communities to start to recover some of those funds and help our communities. So with that, Mr. President, I move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. This seems to be the time I'm supposed to speak about this bill.
The floor is yours, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Originally, I met with the folks from the VFW and the Moose Lodge. They came through, and I thought they had a package of bills that I thought was to protect what they were doing at the Moose Lodge and at the VFW halls. And we had the amendment yesterday, and I joked with some of my seatmates. It's nice, so we're now moving these in only into places where you can drink, so we don't want anybody gambling if they're not drinking. But I still thought it was going to be at the VFW halls and the Moose Lodges. But my understanding is that this bill is allowing those charitable organizations to move these machines into any drinking establishment. Your neighborhood bar, your Applebee's, your Outback Steakhouse. Every place in the Commonwealth that serves alcohol can now have some type of these slot gaming gambling machines. That is not what I wanted to happen with the charitable industries. And so I just want people to realize, and I spoke with the patron and he confirmed what I said, that this bill is allowing your charitable entities, VFW, Moose Lodge, to put gambling machines in any drinking establishment in the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
The Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, actually, the bill doesn't allow these machines in every drinking establishment. The way that the code is right now, they're already allowed. They can already go to any establishment. They can already be in an Applebee's. They can already be in a truck stop. What this bill does is ensures that the charitable gaming that used to be just bingo, which is slowly going away, at least now the VFW, the American Legion, the FOP, the Moose Lodge, other charitable organizations can actually get something out of those machines. Now, Mr. President, the other thing is Virginia doesn't get anything out of those machines. We don't get any tax. We don't get any licensing. We don't get anything. And that's a story for another bill. But at least with this bill, some of our charities who used to depend on that bingo revenue that basically is dwindling away will have an opportunity to get money to put into these organizations. The FOP in Chesapeake spends all kinds of time and hours in the bingo halls in order to generate that revenue so they can help the people in the city of Chesapeake. Let's help the VFW. Let's help the American Legion. Let's help the Moose Lodge. At least give them a shot to get something out of these machines that Virginia isn't getting now. So I hope you'll support the bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Roanoke County? Senator Suderline rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. To speak to the bill briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, first I want to thank the Senator from Prince William for offering the amendment he just did. You saw it flew out of committee on a 14 to Suderline vote. So I don't think I was going to be able to rally 21 negative votes against it on the floor. But one of my greatest concerns with the bill as it was originally formed was the incentive for these organizations, which are great organizations, do good things, to have an unlimited amount of these. And that was one of my greatest concerns. I still have a fundamental opposition to how this goes about some of the things that the Senator from Lynchburg said. But I just wanted to thank the Senator from Prince William. I understood he had the votes to get the bill in its earlier form, but I think he really, even though we disagree on this, he really did what he thought best for the Commonwealth, and I appreciate that.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1671? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1671 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. Senate Bill 1671 passes.
Senate Bill 1355, a bill to allow closure of certain coal combustion residuals impoundments.
Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. You all will remember this is the proverbial coal ash bill that we've had in front of us Friday, yesterday, and now today. Obviously we had a spirited debate. We went in detail on Friday on this bill. I will say that this bill provides for the permanent solution to the coal ash problem in Virginia for those coal ash piles that are in the Chesapeake Bay watershed. It's one of those things that will take a little over a decade to complete, but once it's done, we will not have to worry in the Commonwealth of Virginia about having a coal ash problem. And I will also note this is one of those 14 to Suderline votes. So with that, Mr. President, I would renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1355? One person, Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline rise.
Well, if no one else is going to speak, I think someone needs to address this. Like it was pointed out, I voted against even a re-referral from agriculture because I thought this is where it ought to be. I did not like the idea of it going to commerce and labor. And so I just want to reflect on what we've done in the last few years. This General Assembly in 2015 passed legislation to freeze the electric rates. And I believe that took the constitutional authority away from the State Corporation Commission. I understand only one of the justices of the State Supreme Court agreed with me. He was the only one that got it right. And there was debate at the time about freezing the electric rates and if that was a good idea. And I understand folks tried to do their best on it. But several of us that were concerned pointed out that the corporations that had a fiduciary responsibility to their shareholders were telling us electric rates were about to go up. I said, I'm not an energy expert, but I can tell you if they're telling you they want to freeze the rates, they don't actually believe that the rates are about to go up. It should be that obvious to us. But the General Assembly and the current governor and his position at the time thought that was fine policy. And folks had the rates frozen. Those of us that thought they were going to be artificially high were correct, and Virginians overpaid for those years. Last year, the General Assembly unfroze those rates and the governor, again, backed that bill. But it was done in such a way that virtually guaranteed that future over-earnings would go into projects that would benefit the investors, and a lot of them will benefit the ratepayers, but not at prices that the State Corporation Commission would have allowed. And that's something that this General Assembly did then. And in between 2015 and now, there have been multiple rate adjustment clauses where the General Assembly has put its thumb on the scale for the benefit of these electric monopolies, and they're doing quite well. And now this year, we've got a bill before us that seeks to address something that these electric monopolies have done for several years. And I'm not saying that they violated any laws, because I know that's something people keep saying, but what they did was what they thought was in the best interest of their investors at the time, and they did quite well. And now we've got a bill before us today that's going to stick the bill to the ratepayer every month for several years. And so these same companies, and I take that back, the same company, because there's only one company addressed by this, that has benefited each and every year by this General Assembly's interventions before the State Corporation Commission, will once again get to take more money out of the ratepayers' pockets. And I think we've got a few more bills coming on that as well. We'll see how this session goes. But I was told the other day, this is the governor's bill. Yes, the governor has endorsed each and every one of these actions over the last 5 years. He seems to think of it a lot the same way that the company does, and it inspires no confidence in me to hear that this is a governor's bill, because they've got the exact same viewpoint on this, and I'm, again, disappointed with what I think we're about to do.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from King George? Senator Stewart, rise.
Speak to the bill, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had such a nice debate on this the other day, I thought I would engage my seatmate again. I'm kidding. Absolutely kidding. Mr. President, I tried to offer amendments, and the wisdom of this body declined them, and I accept that. And I'm not a sore loser. I think it's important that we support this bill despite the fact that it's not perfect. This is an important issue. We need to get it resolved. We need to have this stuff removed from these coal ash ponds, and we need to try to use it as beneficially as we can. And so I hope everybody will support this bill. And, Mr. President, I will tell you that I still believe my seatmate would make a fine trial lawyer.
Them's fighting words. For what purposes, Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, I just couldn't help myself. This bill has some good parts to it. And I want to talk a little bit about the growth of this body. There was a time when you could have had a bill that would have had an unrestricted return on equity put on the floor here, and it would have sailed right through and nobody would have said anything. And thankfully, we're kind of past that. At a minimum, we put up a fight, and I think we have put some good restrictions on this. I'm still concerned about the return on equity as represented in lines 89 through 90. And so at this point, I'm still going to vote red because I still think we can tighten it up some more, but I agree that it is good to move this thing along. I do have to relate one anecdote. The gentleman from Roanoke County actually got his first experience in politics campaigning against me. And if that's not ironic, the person he was campaigning for occasionally speaks on behalf of the very utility he condemns. But that's okay. It was all good, and he does a fine job. But I do agree with both sides. There are some good parts here. I think that we're getting a little bit more sophisticated in how we look at these bills. I think that's a good thing, but I think this one can be better also. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Chesterfield? Senator Chase, rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in favor of this bill.
Senator has the floor.
I just want to answer some of the, or make some remarks regards to some of the comments that my seatmate had made, who I highly respect. We've been working on this bill for about 4 years, as Senator Sudolan has mentioned, and I have been one of the biggest, how would you say this? Watchdogs. Thank you. I have been one of the biggest watchdogs of the utility company, and I have opposed legislation that gave the utilities unfettered control over the rates, even down to the judges, and making sure that we selected judges that would have the right oversight. This is a good bill. I, too, was concerned about return on equity. I was concerned that we had an amendment in place, which we took care of yesterday, which would basically say this. And it says that if the utility is found guilty or negligent in any way in violation of any federal or state laws, they would pay those fees. They would pay those penalties. However, each of us who turns on electricity, turns on a light, produces electricity, and produces this coal ash, and for that reason, there is nothing that any utility has done that we have seen and looked at the testing that would say that they have violated this. That said, we've still put the provision in there so that later, if we find out there's some type of contamination or some type of negligence down the road, we have that built in to this bill. And I thank the governor for getting on board. I'm all about being a team player, and so is Senator Serval. And we have a number of stakeholders that have gotten on board on both sides of the aisle, and I'm very appreciative. There's been a lot of work that's gone on this bill, and I would greatly appreciate you putting on a green light on this bill. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak in support of the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I will, as one that is on this bill, as one of the chief patrons, I commend all of those who have been on the bills that have come through this body that have not been approved until this one today. There have been those that led up to it. I commend and I'm going to forget the senator from Eastern Fairfax. Did I get it right? Oh, great. Now I got to do a bad job when I commend the gentlewoman from Chesterfield. I can commend the gentleman from, where is he from, Scott? Wagner, from the Virginia Beach area. All of them, I want to commend them, but I also commend both the environmental community and the industry that had to come together, and that is the biggest win, because they listened to the constituents who said the things that would be a problem for them if it happened. First, do no harm, and they addressed that. They addressed the trafficking as far as all the trucks that would impede in their abilities to live as they choose or go back and forth from their homes as they choose, with 300, maybe 350 trucks for the next 15 years. That was addressed in this bill. Those issues that I heard directly from my constituents through town hall meetings, through small gatherings, they expressed. The people that were instrumental in getting this bill to this floor today listened. So for all the legislators that played a part, most importantly to the governor's staff, his staff, to the industry, to the environmental communities, to everybody that had a part in this is really a team effort. And it is bipartisan. There's everybody having something positive in this. It's not perfect. It is not perfect. And I'm sure next year there will be another group that will come that will try to make it better. But this is the best opportunity for us to move this bill forward, and I support it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1355? Seeing none, Senior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just to wrap up, again, I would renew my motion that the bill pass. And speaking just to a couple of comments that I heard, just a little history lesson. We froze the rates in earlier, 2015, I believe, as a result of the Clean Power Plan that was being proposed in Washington, D.C. We were uncertain. It's not the first time we did that. I'll take you back a little further history. When we started down the road of deregulation, we froze the rates again. And thank God we froze those rates, because when we witnessed what happened in other states with deregulation and watched the up to 25, 30% increase in electric rates in Maryland and other neighboring states that went down this road, we resented. We pulled back and we went back to a fully regulated state, because we'd seen what had happened in other states and thought that's not a path Virginia wants to take. Let's keep our rates competitive. For the senator from Roanoke County, I will say this, that the utility that we're talking about under this legislation, electric rates are significantly lower than the utility that represents his particular area. And in fact, I would say to those that live in Loudoun County, depending on which side of the county you live on, you're going to pay more for electricity if you're under the co-op than you will if you're into the area that's serviced by the utility. In this case, it happens to be Dominion. So I would point out the disparities of this, but I will say that there is a $100 million a year cost that there is no solution for unless we went down this path, this road, that the ratepayers of Virginia would be paying for forever. And that cost would only go up. This bill solves the problem. There is a little bit of short-term pain, but in the end, we'll be better off, all of us and our kids and our grandchildren will be better off for having dealt with this problem. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1355 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1355 passes.
Mr. President.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, one of the wonderful things about a deliberate legislative body is that everybody gets to articulate their positions. In the last hour, we have done 8 bills, 2 of which were passed over temporarily or permanently. And I just say we have a long ways to go. I'm certainly not trying to discourage anyone from being articulate.
Thank you, Senator.
Senate Bill 1125, a bill to amend and reenact Sections 32.1-102.1 of the Code of Virginia relating to Certificate of Public Need definition of medical care facility.
Senior Senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mr. President. Listening to the eloquent words from the gentleman from James City County, pass my bill. I'm only kidding.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 1125 is really kind of a David and Goliath story. You have David and Goliath, but it's major differences. David doesn't want to kill Goliath in this instance. David just wants to get along with Goliath without getting killed himself. Right now, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the Senate, freestanding emergency departments can spring up anywhere, right next to another competing hospital, in areas that don't really need that other type of health care. I'll give you an example. Certainly in the city of Chesapeake, one of the larger health care providers wanted to put a freestanding emergency department within 2 miles of the existing hospital that has, of course, an emergency department. A couple of problems with that. Emergency departments can act as funnels for insured patients to be sent to that provider's full hospital, or it can also be used as a funnel to make sure that people who are uninsured go to a different hospital. So basically what we're asking for in this bill is for the freestanding emergency departments to be regulated so that that type of abuse does not happen. It's important to note that many patients using freestanding ERs confuse them for urgent care or doc in the box, not understanding that if they go to a freestanding ER, they're going to be paying up to 10 times more than they would have at, let's say, a, quote, patient first. But you've heard a lot of these bills. This really is a very important bill for our area. And with that being said, I don't want to belabor the point, and I'll defer to the gentleman from James City County and ask you to support my bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I rise to speak in support of this bill. this would, as was stated by the Senator from Chesapeake, what this would do is to provide certificate of public need coverage for freestanding emergency departments. That was the way the law operated for many years until it was changed, not by legislative action, but by administrative decision to count a freestanding emergency department sometimes 20 or 30 miles from a hospital as if it were at the hospital property. I think that was an administrative mistake that was made. This would allow us to address this. There is going to be a study ongoing this year relating to the Certificate of Public Need bill. This would lock things in place for at least 1 year, and then we could have the issue studied during the year. And it would deal with the issue of what some people look at as predatory action from one hospital against another. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Northern Chesapeake? Senator Spruill rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members, this is what I was talking about yesterday when I was telling you about the big boys trying to squeeze the little boys out. All this was what I was saying yesterday about the big hospitals coming in, moving in on the small hospitals, trying to shut us out. And all we are trying to do is say, hey, that we're a hospital, that we're trying to grow and make it what's right for our citizens. This will keep the big hospital coming in and swallowing us up. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1125? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1125 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 12.
Ayes 27, noes 12. Senate Bill 1125 passes.
Senate Bill 1341, a bill relating to holding handheld personal communication devices while driving a motor vehicle.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass. And speaking to that.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this is what's being affectionately referred to as the hands-free bill. And, Mr. President, I will tell you that I have resisted this year after year, really out of individual freedom. But it's become apparent to me that those other folks who are so engrossed in their phones and completely oblivious to the world around them are now imposing on others individual freedoms. And so what this bill does, very simply, if you look at it, it says it's unlawful for any person while driving a motor vehicle on the highways in the Commonwealth to hold a handheld personal communications device. And I know that's sort of a different way to phrase this, but if you think about it, if we were to say operate a phone while operating a motor vehicle or something like that, the definition of operating is very, very broad. Think of it in terms of a DUI statute. We had a discussion last year, and this Senate passed a bill because of people getting convicted of DUI who were sitting in their own driveways with the engine running, listening to the radio, drinking a beer. That's the same thing you're trying to avoid here with using operating in this statute. I've worked with the House. We have come up with this language. We think it's really good language. And we're hoping that when they've resisted amendments, I hope to resist amendments here to it as well, so that we can actually get a hands-free law that law enforcement can enforce. And I hope it's going to save lives in Virginia. It has just become such an incredible distraction that the time for this has come. And I hope you all will support it. I'll also tell you it does have a delayed enactment clause to January 2020, and there's a significant amount of public education on this issue because we don't want to catch people off guard. We want to give them time to learn what the new law is, to understand that now you either have to put your phone down on the console if you want to use your GPS or use hands-free technology, or you can get one of these little, I don't know what you call it, but it's one of these little plastic things, and you put it on your dashboard and it'll hold your phone there. But if we didn't say you can't hold it, then you wouldn't be able to use your GPS. You wouldn't be able to use hands-free technology because technically, if that phone was on for hands-free technology or GPS, you could be operating it. So I think folks will look at this language and go, wow, that's strange. I don't understand why you do it that way. But that's why, and then I want you to know that. It's good language, it'll work, it's enforceable, and it's time for it. Please support the bill.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose, Senator from Rockingham? Senator Obenshain rise.
Mr. President, I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator, has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, I support what the senator from Westmoreland is trying to do. As a matter of fact, last year we had a bill that came through both chambers that I thought really did a pretty good job of addressing distracted driving. And for a variety of reasons, we were unable to come to an agreement between the two chambers and the governor's mansion. Really, it wasn't the two chambers that couldn't come to an agreement. It was our inability to come to an agreement with respect to whether it was going to be changed in the post-session process. If we had that agreement, we would have passed that bill. We would have had it signed into law. I think that there are appropriate ways to do this, but take a look at this bill. It highlights some of the challenges with this. If I'm driving down the road holding a cup of coffee, I'm doing nothing wrong. But if I'm driving down the road and take my phone out of my pocket, even just to put it down, I violated the law. If I have an older car and just answer the phone and am talking on the phone like this because it's a speakerphone, I'm in violation of the law. If I'm smoking a cigarette, I'm not in a violation of the law. If I am eating a hamburger with both hands, I'm not in violation of the law. But if I take my phone and simply hold it, that's a violation of law. And remember, we used to be sensitive to the notion of when the police have probable cause to pull somebody over. I don't know whether anybody has any sensitivity to that anymore. I do. And it's not very hard for a law enforcement official who wants a reason to pull somebody over to say, I thought I saw him holding a phone. That gives them grounds to pull you over. Whether you just look funny, they don't like the way you look, they don't like the car that you're driving, they want some pretext to pull you over, that gives it to them. The fact that this has a delayed enactment clause doesn't cure the problem. We passed this bill, it's enacted. It just isn't enforced until a little bit later. If we were to put a reenactment clause on it or actually come back and amend this and put it in the form that passed last year, I think we'd have a workable bill. But unfortunately, this was taken up while I was not in courts committee. I wish I'd been there because I would have had some ideas and thoughts and suggestions and actually did. But I was dealing with the issue of other hazards on Interstate 81 at the time. But this is well-intentioned. I commend the efforts of those who are advancing this. I supported last year's approach. I could be convinced to support that again, but this is just not the right way to do it. I would ask you to vote no.
Thank the senator. For what purpose, Senator from Spotsylvania? Senator Reeves rise.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the body, I would just tell you I'm going to put a human face to this a little bit and talk about a little bit about how easy it is to pull over a car. There's certain things in the code section as a former police officer, objects dangling from a mirror. You got one of those Christmas tree type fragrance things on your mirror, we can pull you over for that. So, but here's the real problem. The texting law that we have in place is not enforceable. And I brought this up as a police officer, and before we were talking about this on the floor and how we're going to be able to, we're putting police officers in a precarious position because we can't tell if they're texting or they're talking or anything else. And I happened to be in court in Orange County one day, and watched a docket go through, and there were 3 people charged with driving while texting, and all 3 of those people got off because there was no way to prove that unless it was a admission of guilt. And so I want to put the human face on this. In August 27, 2013, a dear friend of mine, Sheriff Steve Dempsey, lost his daughter and 2 grandchildren because somebody was texting on the highway. And he's been down here every year since trying to get something passed. And I think while it's not perfect, I commend the senator from King George for his work on this. I understand the arguments from the chairman of courts. He's a doggone good trial attorney, and I'm sure there'll be opportunities to take this case up. But I think we need to do something because people are dying each and every day because they're out there and they're distracted. I don't see them distracted from smoking a cigarette or even drinking something. It's that phone that keeps ticking off in their head, and they feel like they have to answer it right away. So I would hope we would pass the bill.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Very briefly, Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, you know, we hear a lot up here, this bill will really save lives, this bill will really save lives. Mr. President, I'm convinced this bill will really save lives. There isn't a single one of us that's been here that hadn't been going down the fast lane, and all of a sudden, why is somebody doing 40 miles an hour in the fast lane? And when you finally get around them or see it, it's their texting. Or you've been in one of the lanes, and all of a sudden the car drifts over and drifts back and drifts off the road and drifts back, and what do you see? They're texting. They're on their cell phone. They're not paying attention. Now, state after state after state has passed this law. I don't see the sky falling down. I don't see all of a sudden all the horror stories that people would tell you going on. This bill actually saves lives. I'm convinced of that. And not only that, but think about if you got kids, grandkids. I don't want them texting. I don't want them running cars into things. And I don't want other people running into my kids or grandkids because they're not, or myself as I go down the road. You can smoke a cigarette and drive the car. I know. I did that for a long time. You're not distracted. You're watching the highway. When you start reading a text, when you start feeling the urge to have to reply, you're not looking at the highway at all. And it's so obvious when you see cars drift all over the road. You don't see that if somebody's having a Diet Coke. You don't see that if somebody's having a cigarette, but you do see it every time with somebody with a cell phone in their hand. So I hope you pass this bill.
Thank you, Senator. For what purpose does the senator from King George, Senator Stewart, rise?
Mr. President, if nobody else wishes to speak.
Do any other senators wish to speak on this bill? Seeing none, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the gentleman from Rockingham, our esteemed chairman of the Courts of Justice Committee, brings up a really good point. And it's something that I'm particularly sensitive to. And defending people for some 30 years, I'm very sensitive to person's civil rights. And someone being profiled, in my opinion, is intolerable. And so if you look on line 61, it talked about pretextual stops, profiling, but it's an invasion of a person's civil rights. That the chairman of the Senate and House committees for courts of justice shall annually request from the office of the executive secretary to report all of the citations issued pursuant to this provisions of this act, and to the extent available, the relevant demographic characteristics of those persons issued a citation. That language is intentional, and that language is intended to try to stop pretextual stops or profiling. I think the best we could possibly do it. The gentleman from Spotsylvania is exactly right. That is a hard thing to do if somebody wants to do it, but I think we've come up with about as good a language as anybody could possibly do to protect from that. So I hope you all will support this bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall Senate Bill 1341 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 34, noes 6.
Ayes 34, noes 6. Senate Bill 1341 passes.
Senate Bill 1526. A bill relating to Certificate of Public Need, psychiatric beds, and facilities.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to that bill.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this is a bill that will open up the Certificate of Public Need process in a very narrow area, but an area of health care that is in dire need of more access and more opportunities. We all know the opioid crisis, epidemic really, that's going on in Virginia and around the country. Mental health care and access is also in dire need. And so what this bill does is it removes from the Certificate of Public Need process mental health facilities, psychiatric facilities, and substance abuse treatment facilities so that we can inject some more competition, more access, more opportunity for Virginians who need access to this type of health care to be able to get it. I fully recognize that some of you come from districts where there is only one hospital, and oftentimes they don't like changes to the Certificate of Public Need process. And I would submit to you and ask you to look at this bill in a different way, because we know that we have got thousands and thousands of Virginians dying every year from opioid addiction, opioid overdoses, and other mental health crises. And this is something that is not being sufficiently addressed now, and we need to do more to address it. And this is a bill that will help us to be able to move in that right direction. Virginia, as you probably know, has bounced around from 38th to 42nd worst for access to mental health care, and that's not acceptable. And so with that, Mr. President, I would renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose, the Senator from Southern Fairfax? Senator Barker, rise.
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would urge the body to reject this bill as we have done the last couple of years when it's come before us. I understand the proposal and the motivation from the senator from Richmond City, and it certainly is laudatory there, but I don't think that this is the way to solve the problem. What we need to do is to make the problem we really have right now, and part of the reason that we have gotten low ratings in some years, although actually we're improving significantly now in terms of the Mental Health Association's assessment of our state and access to care, is not that we don't have enough beds. We have plenty of beds, particularly in the private sector, which are the ones who have to go through the Certificate of Public Need process. The problem is that many of the hospitals that have psychiatric beds can't find enough staff to be able to operate all the beds that they have. And that is the reason that we have situations that sometimes have led to people going to state hospitals when there were plenty of empty beds in the local community hospitals, but they just didn't have the staff to be able to provide the services there. What we need to do is not necessarily to get more people into the hospital and more people into emergency departments. One of the things that, and we actually have taken some very progressive steps to move in the right direction over the last 4 or 5 years. Certainly the effort that we've had with the commission that has been led by the senator from Bath has done made tremendous strides in addressing mental health issues, and we've outlined plans to continue forward. What we need to do is to make sure we have adequate funding for prevention services, which we've not had in the past, and we've now improved that. We need to make sure that we have adequate funding so that everyone who has a mental health problem and says, I have a mental health problem, gets immediate treatment, immediate evaluation, and a treatment plan set in place. With Step 1, Virginia, we are now moving to get all the community services boards in this coming fiscal year on board on that. We also need to have a lot of more supportive housing, in which we have addressed that again this year, both in the budget proposal that's been adopted by the Finance Committee and in legislative action that has been taken. What we have had is situations where there are a lot of people who at one time needed to be hospitalized in state mental health hospitals. They no longer need to be there, and they haven't needed to be there for the last 2 or 3 months, but they're there because we've not had the supportive housing. What we need to do is to have the right services and to not, in effect, overload the system where we don't have enough staff to be able to staff new psychiatric units that might be springing up, or psychiatric hospitals if we did this. It's important that we continue on the path that we're on rather than get diverted to something that I think actually would be counterproductive. And I certainly hope it would be the pleasure of the body to reject this proposal.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1526? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1526 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 14, noes 26.
Ayes 14, noes 26. Senate Bill 1526 fails.
Senate Bill 1550, a bill relating to bicyclists and other vulnerable road users.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senate Bill 1550, I believe, okay, does two things. Sorry, I didn't know that was coming up. Two things. Number one, makes clear that you can't use a bicycle lane to pass another vehicle on the right except in an emergency circumstance. The second thing is that it creates a lower standard of where a court can find you guilty of a traffic offense if you seriously injure, if a vehicle seriously injures a bicyclist or pedestrian. This body has enacted similar enhanced protections for highway workers. We just did yesterday. I think the senator from Williamsburg had a bill. The senator from Grayson had a bill yesterday doing this kind of thing. We have enhanced protections for police officers. We have enhanced protections for school zones. And the senator from Grayson had another bill yesterday having altered enhanced protections to find people guilty if they violate our laws in school zones. This is kind of the same species of that. I want to tell you why we need this. I've been hit by a car 3 times while riding my bike. 3 times. 3 times. Can you believe that? 4 on a 4th. So, that explains it. So, I rode a bike 5,000 miles across the United States of America, got back here, got on my bike the second time. I got hit by a car, put in a hospital right after I got back. Bicycle injuries are up. Pedestrian injuries are up. People are dying across the country on a more frequent basis. They're dying in Virginia on a more frequent basis. DMV emailed me stats this morning. I've been lucky, I guess. But since 2014, when 90 pedestrians were killed, last year 123 pedestrians were killed. So that's an increase of almost 50% in the last 4 years of people getting killed every day. 19 other states have adopted this. These are called a vulnerable user law. I'm not going to read off all the states, but the reason we need this is because frequently when pedestrians are struck by vehicles and cyclists are struck by vehicles, they don't know what happened. They get a concussion. They can't remember what happened. They can't testify as a witness, and frequently there is no witness. There's also harder to get evidence when a cyclist or pedestrian's hit because there's no forensic evidence left when a person or a vehicle hits, or a person or a cycle hits a car. And so it's harder to prove a case. The lack of property damage makes it hard to prove. And so a lot of other states have gone to a reduced standard for traffic liability. Reckless driving just doesn't work in these situations, and that's why we need to make it either careless or distracted driving that approximately causes a serious injury to somebody. Happy to answer any questions, but I would hope the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Senator yield.
I'll yield.
You have the floor.
I would ask him, first of all, if a vulnerable road user would include somebody pushing a grocery cart.
Senator has the floor.
Yes, especially if it's full of coal ash.
All right, thank you. Next question.
Further question.
Thank
Further
you.
question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the gentleman, what is, for sort of a compound question, what is 46.2-852, and it talks about the preclusion. Can you explain that?
Senator's the floor.
What that would say is that if a person is convicted of this, they couldn't be convicted of reckless driving.
All right. I thank the gentleman.
Thanks, Senator. For what purpose does the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
If we were just talking about bicycles, that'd be one thing. But what troubles me is what in the language of the bill defines as a vulnerable road user. It means any pedestrian or a person operating a bicycle, electric personal assistive mobility device, electric power-assisted bicycle, wheelchair, skateboard, roll-in line or roller skates, foot scooter, or an animal-drawn vehicle or riding an animal. So I guess this is just, as I read this, it's anything that might be on the road, whether it has hooves or wheels or feet. So I mean, it just seems so broad that I just, if the gentleman would explain to me why all of these things are left in there and maybe some things are left out, like hoverboards or whatever, I'd be interested to hear that. Thank you.
Senator has the floor.
I'll yield.
Senator, yield for a question.
I think that's a question.
Okay. You can answer that question. Senator has the floor.
So I can just tell the gentleman, I took this model statute from the models that enacted and that the NCSL created that I think has been enacted in 19 other states. Legislative Services came up with this list for me. I think the intent is to have things that are either human-powered or not powered by a gas or electric, well, I guess this electric motor is a bicycle, but not powered by a gas motor. That's what we came up with. It does not include motorcycles, does not include mopeds. They go faster. So it's typically things that go a lot slower. Although I can tell you I've been 60 miles an hour on my bike coming off some mountains.
All right, thanks. Senator, do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1550? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1550 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 23, noes 17.
Ayes 23, noes 17. Senate Bill 1550 passes.
Senate Bill 1614, a bill relating to certificates of public need.
From Hanover, Senator McDougall.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1614 pass. And speaking to the motion,
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is another bill that deals with COPN, but it is very limited in its focus. Mr. President, this is only related to ambulatory surgical centers and only for urologic, endoscopic, and eye surgeries. Mr. President, as we look at the number of these in a number of the hospitals here in larger hospitals in the region, at VCU, there were 25 cases that involved one of these three procedures. That's less than 0.7% of all their surgical cases. At Sentara Norfolk General, there were 23 cases. At Inova 18, and at UVA 17. Mr. President, there are a very limited number of these three procedures that are done in a hospital setting. Most of them are done in an ambulatory setting. But, Mr. President, the challenge is that the COPN process for an ambulatory surgical center is somewhat cumbersome. So this would replace that COPN process with a permitting process only for those three types of procedures. So with that, Mr. President, this is a very commonsensical, logical way to make sure that Virginians have access to these procedures and have access to them at a less cost than what they are now, while not being a whole overturning of the system. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I'm speaking in opposition to this bill. I would hope that we would not pass this bill this year. The senator from Hanover is correct in that it has very little impact upon hospitals because hospitals do not provide much in the way of the types of procedures that would be covered here on an outpatient basis in an ambulatory surgery center. The reality is, however, that these procedures are already being provided in an outpatient setting in physician offices, and they can do that without obtaining any certificate of public need to provide those services, which is what they do for each of these three categories of procedures. The impact of this proposal would be that one of two things would happen in various situations. One is that they would basically get their physician office licensed as an ambulatory surgery center, or the second is they would create nearby an ambulatory surgery center. The impact of that is that the payment rates would be higher than what they get now, providing the same procedure on an outpatient basis in their office. And it would have impacts upon health insurance costs, and as noted in the fiscal impact statement, would likely have long-term impacts in terms of Medicaid expenditures we would get. Because right now, the Medicaid rate is paying for a physician office procedure. They would be able to then get a higher reimbursement rate without any change in terms of the physical facility or the types of things that they're doing. And I think that that's something that is not necessarily desirable to increase the payment rates without any benefit being achieved here. There, as I indicated in an earlier discussion today, there is going to be a study of the Certificate of Public Need law. I think this is certainly something that could legitimately be on the agenda for that group, for stakeholders to look at and to see if there is something that needs to be done to address some particular situations, or if there are things that could be done that would not impact the payment rates that would right now would be impacted by this. And for that reason, I would hope that we would not go forward with this in advance of that study that will be done during this year and would defeat this measure. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1614? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1614 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 19, noes 19.
Ayes 19, noes 19. The chair votes no. Bill fails.
Senate Bill 1717, a bill to establish the Commonwealth Care Health Benefits Program, Association Health Plan for the Individual Market, State Innovation Waiver. And there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, I would ask that we reconsider the vote by which this bill was ordered to be engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which the bill was ordered engrossed in advance to its third reading be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, I move that we waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we agree to the floor substitute.
Thank the Senator. You want to speak to that?
Yes, sir.
Senator has the floor.
This substitute would seek to change this bill into a study. The study would be done through JLARC, and it would be overseen by the HHR Joint Committee Oversight Group. And I'm happy to speak to the bill, but I'll wait since we're going to move the bill in a little bit. But basically, that's what it does. Instead of directing the state to seek a 1332 on this issue, it will have an investigation first.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, I move that we advance this bill to and engross it to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, may we now suspend the rules and dispense with the third constitutional reading?
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, no 0.
Ayes 38, no 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass and speak to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the body, we had a meeting overseen by HHR over the summer that looked at what alternatives we could invest in Virginia to make the cost of those that were participating in the individual marketplace less. We have many bills that we are using to try and see who we can pull out of the individual marketplace and give an advantage to. And there's some controversy about those bills because as you pull individuals out of the marketplace, you intensify and condense the acuity of the risk pool, which makes the insurance more expensive for everybody. So we have to come up with some sort of innovative solution. And as we look to the other states, which is what the Governor's Committee did this summer, we found no great inspiration. There were some ideas, but nothing entertained in this session. And so, Mr. President, members of the body, I would like to propose a new idea. And as we have been discussing over the last few years, one of the most cost-effective insurance strategies that we have that exist today is the large business insurance marketplace. There are three. We have the individual marketplace, our most expensive. We have small group, which is a little bit better. And then you have large group, which are sometimes called self-insured or ERISA plans. And it's where large businesses are able to reduce their costs. How do they do that? They reduce the cost of health insurance by negotiating for the four aspects of insurance separately and cutting out kind of the middleman and the markup. They reduce the cost of health care by using big data and developing very strategic, individualized benefits plans that drill down and solve problems of health for the individuals that participate in those plans. What's an example? They might take a diabetic population and issue to all of them glucometers that actually report back to the case manager what their glucose readings are to help those individuals better manage their diabetes, reducing amputation, reducing the length of the number of hospital days. So this is a proposal, Mr. President, that we would potentially be able to implement in the individual marketplace and not only reduce the cost of health insurance, but reduce the cost of health care and improve population health. I think it's worth investigation. I think we have money in the budget to do this, and I would ask that the body that vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1717? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1717 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1717 passes.
Returning to page 3, Senate Bill 1539.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, move the bill pass. Speaking to the bill really quick.
Senator has the floor.
I've already explained this bill once already, but I'll just reiterate that if people don't pay their child support, taxpayers end up paying it through TANF and otherwise. And we need to get people paying their child support. It's not getting paid efficiently, and this helps with that. This is already the law in a lot of other states, including Texas and West Virginia. We're not treading any new ground here. And I think we need to stop giving child support deadbeats a place to hide. This bill helps us do that. Again, hope we pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1539? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1539 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 7.
Ayes 32, noes 7. Senate Bill 1539 passes. From James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate Bill 1355 on page 5 passed, I ask we reconsider that vote.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1355 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. The senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President, having been previously explained about a dozen times, I move the bill pass.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1355 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 2. I'm sorry. Rule 36-1.
Ayes 37, noes 2. Rule 36-1. Senate Bill 1355 passes.
Uncontested calendar. House bills on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would move that all the House bills on the second reading, including all House bills on pages 9 through 11, including House Bill 1853 through House Bill 2287, be advanced to their third reading in the block. And waive the constitutional reading of the title.
Thank the senator.
Thank you.
The question is, shall the rules be suspended in the second reading of the titles of House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars, pages 9 through 11, House Bill 1853 through House Bill 2287 be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now ask that all the House bills be passed by for the day, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the House bills on the uncontested and regular calendars now on third reading be passed by for the day? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills will go by for the day.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the Senate bills on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 11 through 26, including Senate Bill 1067 through Senate Bill 1772, be engrossed and advanced to the third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. If any senator desires to remove a bill from the block, please do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate bills on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 11 through 26, Senate Bill 1067 through Senate Bill 1772, be engrossed and advanced to their third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1067, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 1093, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1094, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services. Senate Bill 1097, reported for the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden.
Could this bill go by temporarily?
It's in the block. You want to just move the amendments?
Oh, excuse me. I move the committee amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1112, reported from the Committee on Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howe.
I move the committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1118, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1152, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 1316, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1348, reported from the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 1377, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 1378, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Bill 1407, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1430, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute, and there is a floor amendment.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move to waive the reading of the floor amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the reading of the floor amendment be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor amendment is waived. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move to adopt the floor amendment. Mr. President,
the
floor amendment is simply correcting an inadvertent strike through of language that removes certain standing requirement necessary to get a FOIA opinion, so that language is put back into the bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the floor amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1431, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the general laws substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1496, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. Senator, want to move the substitute?
Mr. President, members, I move this substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1556, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1561, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the committee amendments.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1574, reported for the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask the committee substitute be agreed to, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1576, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that the Senate agree to the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1589, reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
That's okay.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can that bill go by temporarily?
Out of the block. You going to take it out of the block? Okay. Move to take it out of the block. Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Step.
Mr. President, I'd like to move the committee substitute.
Actually, on this one, so we have two substitutes. The first would need to be rejected, and then the second.
With the hope of rejection, Mr. Chairman, I would like to move the committee substitute.
With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on General Laws and
Mr. President. Mr. President,
Senator from King George, Senator
perhaps
Stewart-Rice.
we should just pass this by for a minute to make sure that we do what the patron wanted to do with the bill.
Okay. Do we know? All right, somebody, look, let's do it this way. Somebody move to take it out of the block, and we'll come back to it. Who wants to do that? Anybody?
Mr. President, I move to take it out of the block.
Wonderful. All right. Without objection.
And pass it by temporarily.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1589 is removed from the block and will go by temporarily.
Senate Bill 1598, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Mr. President.
Same patron.
Can this,
Senator from Franklin, Senator Stanley.
Can Senate Bill 1598 come out of the block and pass by temporarily, sir?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1598 will come out of the block and go by temporarily.
If we could return to page 19, Senate Bill 1589.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that the substitute be rejected, I move the substitute from the General Laws Committee.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on General Laws and Technology be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute from Finance be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. And without objection, we'll return Senate Bill 1589 to the block.
Senate Bill 1598, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Without objection, Senate Bill 1598 will also be returned to the block.
Senate Bill 1602, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance with amendments.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the Courts of Justice substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Now, Mr. President, I move that the Finance Committee amendments be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Bill 1604, reported from the Committee on Agriculture, Conservation, and Natural Resources with amendment and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Step.
Mr. President, I move that we move the committee amendment and reject it. Again, reject it. That would be say no.
Got that motion. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The committee amendment is rejected. Junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D-Step.
Mr. President, I would like to move the Finance Committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1617, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Mecklenburg, Senator Ruff.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1618, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be adopted. This is the Broadband Advisory Council. It adds 3 new members. And with that explanation, I ask that the substitute be adopted.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1622, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute.
Senator from Prince William County, Senator McPike.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1628, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1651, reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Northern Fairfax, Senator Howell.
I move the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to.
Senate Bill 1669, reported from the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel. Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was being distracted by my almost seatmate. I move that the bill be engrossed in advance. Sorry. No, that's not what I moved.
Amendment.
I move, Mr. President, the adoption of the committee amendment.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Bill 1707, reported for the Committee on Local Government with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Senate Bill 1771, reported from the Committee on Finance. Senate Bill 1772, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute.
The senior senator from Fairfax, Senator Saslaw. Wish to move the committee substitute.
Mr. President, I move the substitute.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The question is, shall the Senate bills be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bills are engrossed in advance to their third reading.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills now on third reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the Senate bills on the uncontested calendar, which find themselves on the third reading, that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with, sir.
All right. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that all the Senate bills on the third reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 11 through 26 be placed on their final passage. Any senator who may desire to remove a bill from the block can do so after the clerk has read the number of that bill.
Thank the senator. Question is, shall the Senate bills now on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 11 through 26, Senate Bill 1067 through Senate Bill 1772, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the bill. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The bills are before us in the block. Clerk will read the number of the bills.
Senate Bill 1067, Senate Bill 1093, Senate Bill 1094, Senate Bill 1097, Senate Bill 1112, Senate Bill 1118, Senate Bill 1152, Senate Bill 1316, Senate Bill 1348, Senate Bill 1377, Senate Bill 1378, Senate Bill 1407, Senate Bill 1430, Senate Bill 1431, Senate Bill 1496, Senate Bill 1556, Senate Bill 1561, Senate Bill 1574, Senate Bill 1576, Senate Bill 1589, Senate Bill 1598, Senate Bill 1602, Senate Bill 1604, Senate Bill 1617, Senate Bill 1618, Senate Bill 1622, Senate Bill 1628, Senate Bill 1651, Senate Bill 1669, Senate Bill 1707, Senate Bill 1771, Senate Bill 1772.
Mr. President.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Can Senate Bill 1094 back on page 12 please come out of the block?
Without objection, Senate Bill 1094 will be removed from the block. For what purpose does the senator from Arlington, Senator Favola, rise? Okay.
Mr. Chairman, when it is time, I would be happy to speak to Senate Bill 1094.
Okay. We'll come back to that. All right. Question is, shall the bills in the block pass? That is all bills except for Senate Bill 1094 on page 12. All in favor of passage of the bills will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The bills in the block pass.
Returning to page 12, Senate Bill 1094.
Senator from Arlington, Senator Favola.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to Senate Bill 1094, I move that the bill pass. And what this does is it essentially adds Loudoun County to the few jurisdictions that would have authority to actually adopt local regulations regarding child care facilities. And that's the extent of the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1094? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1094 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 37, noes 3.
Ayes 37, noes 3. Senate Bill 1094 passes.
Regular calendar Senate bills on second reading. Senate Bill 1764, a bill relating to emergency custody orders, period of custody, reported for the Committee for Courts of Justice.
May we pause just a moment, please?
Thanks, Senator from James City County. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that Senate Bill 1764 please go by for the day.
Without objection, Senate Bill 1764 will go by for the day.
Senate Bill 1066, a bill relating to post-conviction relief, previously admitted scientific evidence, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the recommendation that we reject the dreaded Courts Committee amendment, the substitute, I now move that amendment.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee for Courts of Justice be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we agree to the committee substitute from Finance.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute from the Committee on Finance be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance Senate Bill 1066 to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1130, a bill relating to school resource officers training and certification memoranda of understanding, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the substitute from Committee on Education and Health be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
And I move that the amendment from the Committee on Finance be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
I now move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1218, a bill relating to public high schools standards of learning assessments, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance with amendment.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate Finance Committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to.
Mr. President,
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1321, a bill relating to licensed family day homes, storage of firearms, reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1331, a bill relating to modernization of public school buildings and facilities, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Mr. President, thank you. I now move that the committee substitute for Senate Bill 1331 be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance Senate Bill 1331 to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1352, a bill relating to creation of the Office of Medicaid Fiscal Oversight and Accountability. Reported from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1352 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1369, a bill relating to the Virginia Public Procurement Act, statute of limitations on actions on construction contracts, statute of limitations on actions on performance bonds. Reported for the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute, and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that the committee substitute be agreed to, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now ask that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading, sir.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1406, a bill relating to school board staffing ratios, guidance counselors. Reported for the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, I move the amendment.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1435, a bill relating to child welfare agencies summary suspensions. Reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1470, a bill relating to additional motor fuels tax. Reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, in order to get to the floor substitute, with the recommendation that be rejected, I move that the committee substitute. And speaking to that, Mr. President, let me explain. This I-81 has been studied and studied and studied. It's been a huge issue. The governor, the VDOT, has studied it. And, Mr. President, let me explain some of the problems with I-81. 11.7 million trucks per year pass through I-81. That's 42% of all statewide interstate truck traffic goes through I-81. 42%. This is a statewide issue. It's not just a regional issue. Yet there are 11,000 crashes over the last 5 years, Mr. President. One of the problems with regard to I-81, Mr. President, is 51% of the incidents are non-reoccurring incidents. And
for what purpose is the senator from James City County, Senator Norman Rise?
Mr. President, the issue before the body is whether or not the committee substitute should be adopted.
I'm well aware of that. Mr. President, the study from VDOT was we need $4 billion to improve I-81. $2 billion are urgent, Mr. President. If we can't get this funding, this statewide problem is not going to be solved. Mr. President, if we could get $2 billion annually, it would reduce delays by 6 million vehicle hours a year. 6 million vehicle hours a year would be reduced. Plus, Mr. President, we could reduce crashes by about 450 a year. Mr. President, this is an urgent matter. To get to the floor substitute, Mr. President, we need to reject the committee substitute, which all it does is provide some language about studying hybrid and electric vehicles and the impact of that, and coming up with options in the future for sustainable funding streams. This may not be a 50-year solution, but it sure as heck is a short-term critical solution. And with that, I move that with the recommendation be rejected, I move the committee substitute.
For what purpose, the senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move, or I actually stand to speak in favor of the committee substitute, if I could speak to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. As all of you are aware, there has been a significant focus over the past year on the need to improve Interstate 81. And we've struggled with that as far as a plan and a funding source. The plan is being advanced in a bill patroned by the senator from Rockingham, which I fully support. The senator from Roanoke and I were in agreement that instead of tolls, we thought that a more broad-based plan for fuel tax increase would be the way to go. That issue, unfortunately, has been settled in the negative for this year, Mr. President. It will not pass the Assembly, although I would support my seatmate here in his efforts, and have in the past supported introduced initiatives for over quite a number of years to increase the fuel tax, recognizing that with increased efficiency, we were getting much reduced buying power for lane miles traveled, and that it would be not a tax increase, but just keeping pace with the deteriorating base from fuel tax if we were to do this. Having said that, sometimes we have to accept reality, and the reality is that this type of measure will not go through the Assembly this year, and I'm resolved to that. But what I would like to preserve is that bit of language that now remains in this bill, which would charge the Secretary of Transportation with coming up with a plan that sometimes, or the issue that is sometimes used to push back on fuel tax increases, saying, hey, well, that doesn't do any good because we're moving to these vehicles with high efficiency electric vehicles. Yes, I agree with that. So we need a plan. So this charges the Secretary of Transportation with coming up with a plan under this substitute that I'm supporting to move in that direction, how we appropriately tax or impose fees on those people with high efficiency and electric vehicles. We're going to have to go there, Mr. President, and I would suggest that this substitute, as proposed by the Finance Committee, will allow us to move in that direction. So I would ask that you support the committee substitute, which of course would not allow us to get to my friend's amendment on the floor substitute. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does senior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator Wagner, rise?
Speaking very briefly, Mr. President.
Senator has the floor.
I would support the floor substitute if for one part, and that part happens to be on line 96. I would fully support a fuels tax increase across this state, not even try to match North Carolina, but come up close to what North Carolina has, and we wouldn't have these debates on top of it. But if you go to line 96, I apologize, it takes $200 million off about an $800 million tax increase and dedicates it to that and then puts the rest into the formula. And I've asked my citizens in my district to go the extra mile to do on behalf of Hampton Roads what needs to be done. And that's a significant gas tax increase and a 0.5% sales tax increase. And I know Northern Virginia struggle with those same issues and problems. So if this was a straight-up gas tax increase, I'd be all over it and be a big supporter. Heck, Lieutenant Governor, Mr. President, you might have an opportunity to break a tie on that one. But because of the situation we find ourselves in today, I cannot take $200 million off the top for 81. I do say that the senator from Rockingham and his proposal in front of the Finance Committee and in front of the Transportation Subcommittee, I liked in its original form. Unfortunately, it's been gutted significantly and moved forward with. So with that, I would say that we want to support the Finance Committee substitute.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, with the recommendation that it be rejected, question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. And the floor substitute is now out of order. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards. Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading such that it is.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading such that it is? All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1491, a bill relating to the State and Local Government Conflict of Interest Act, school boards and school employees, hiring of relatives. Reported from the Committee on Rules with the substitute.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Mr. President?
Hold up. Who? Okay.
Could I ask the patron, would the patron yield?
I yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
My understanding is that the bill applies to the prohibition on hiring relatives of a school district superintendent by that district. And I was wondering if the gentleman could explain to me the difference between the committee substitute and the bill as introduced.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would, yes, I can explain that. So the committee substitute took into account the language that is contained in the Virginia Code that allows school board members, family members, to be hired. And so we took that same language and required that the superintendent, if a family member of the superintendent were to be hired or considered to be hired, that they would not have any participation, and they would have to certify that they had no participation in that hiring process. We also added language, as in the language contained in the code for the school board members, that the assistant superintendent would also make a certification, a like type of certification to the board, and that ultimately the hiring would be the responsibility of the board members.
Further question?
Yes. Would the gentleman yield for one more question?
I'll yield.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
So just for further clarification, since I'm not sure that I'm reading correctly, if I want to vote against the superintendent's relative being able to be hired, it would be contained in both the original bill and the substitute. Is that right?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that that is correct.
I thank
that
the
is
gentleman.
correct.
Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Mr. President, I move that this fine bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1519, a bill relating to University of Virginia's College at Wise reduced rate tuition. Reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Move the bill be engrossed past its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1587, a bill relating to public schools average daily membership, early graduation. Reported from the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, Mr. President, I'm going to make one of two motions, either to pass this by temporarily or to take it out of the block and pass it by.
We're not in the block, so we can pass it by temporarily, although...
You may just talk a little bit longer while we get up to this bill.
Talk for a little bit.
1587. I'm waiting for my seatmate here from the city of Roanoke to come address it. Okay, that's all I had, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. The senator from the city of Roanoke was where he was supposed to be. The senator from Roanoke County was getting something else. No, that's again where we would be confused. Mr. President, I would move that the Senate agree to the committee amendment. The committee amendment is simply the financial contingency.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Mr. President, having been amended, I would now move that Senate Bill 1587 be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1590, a bill relating to virtual Virginia, reported from the Committee on Education and Health with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. My timing seems to be impeccable today. Mr. President, I move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I move that we engross and advance this bill to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1680, a bill to hold mass transit providers harmless for certain operating fund losses. Reported from the Committee on Transportation with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move this bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1689, a bill relating to group health benefit plans, sponsoring associations, the formation of a benefits consortium. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Mr. President, I'm right here, and I move that the substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that we engross and advance this bill to its third constitutional.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1709, a bill relating to alcoholic beverage control, distiller licensees, commissions, and fees. Reported from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Now I need everybody to pay attention here. Mr. President, with the recommendation that it be rejected, I move to adopt the Rehabilitation and Social Services Committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the substitute from the Committee on Rehabilitation and Social Services be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Thank you, Mr. President. How do you deal with these children every day? Mr. President, I move to adopt the Senate Finance Committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. Seeing at least 8 hands. No. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1716, a bill relating to the Interstate 81 Corridor, tolling Interstate 81 Corridor Improvement Fund. Reported from the Committee on Finance with a substitute.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is agreed to. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
It's about to go through a toll gantry. Mr. President, I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senator, the question is, shall the bill be engrossed in advance to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed in advance to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1738, a bill relating to simulated gambling, reported from the Committee for Courts of Justice with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will now move to engross and advance to its third constitutional reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1750, a bill relating to Medicaid Supplement Payment Program Fund, reported from the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Finance Committee amendment be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the Senate Finance Committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutionally required reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading.
Senate Bill 1759, a bill relating to relocation, removal, and replacement of utility lines, transportation infrastructure improvements in the areas of transit-oriented development. Reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance, and there is a floor substitute.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, with the recommendation to be rejected so we can get to the floor substitute, I'd move to adopt the Commerce and Labor substitute.
Thank the Senator. With the recommendation that it be rejected, the question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The committee substitute is rejected. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, I move to waive reading of the floor substitute.
Question is, shall the reading of the floor substitute be waived? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The reading of the floor substitute is waived. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, although it's entertaining to watch the senator from Loudoun do his jumping jacks over there, whatever it is, I move that we adopt the floor substitute.
Senator, does the senator want to speak to the floor sub?
Speaking to the motion. Mr. President,
yes.
This substitute basically does what the Finance Committee directed me to do. I can speak to it more on third read if you like, but this is basically it was asked that we draft something that only applied to Fairfax County, make sure only Fairfax County people paid, and that's exactly what this does. And I would move that we adopt the substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the floor substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor substitute is adopted. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Surville.
Mr. President, I move the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Senate Bill 1763, a bill relating to health insurance payment to out-of-network providers' emergency services, reported from the Committee on Commerce and Labor with a substitute and from the Committee on Finance with an amendment.
Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that the committee substitute be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Committee substitute is agreed to. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that the committee amendment from the Finance Committee be agreed to.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is agreed to. Senior Senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturtevant.
Mr. President, I move that we engross and advance the bill to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I respectfully move that all of the Senate bills on the third reading on the regular calendar, including all Senate bills on pages 26 through 37, including Senate Bill 1764 through Senate Bill 1763, that the third constitutional reading of the titles be dispensed with and the bills be placed on their final passage.
Let me skip that. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the bills be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The reading of the titles is dispensed with. The bills are now before the Senate on final passage. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to respectfully ask that the Senate now stand in recess until 1:10.
Without objection, the Senate will stand in recess until 1:10. The Senate will come to order. The senators will please take their seats. Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I arrived for a brief announcement.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the Senate. As the members would have observed earlier today, as you arrived, you found the amendments to our budget that was reported out of committee this past Sunday afternoon on your desk for your perusal. I'd also like to mention, Mr. President, that as we had a deadline for getting those on your desk and online by noon today. And Mr. President, I really would like to compliment our Senate Finance staff because we gave them a tight window to get this work done, but they did comply. So if you're sitting here after a while and get to those points in the afternoon where some of our attorney friends feel the need to talk to each other over bills, you can go online and review the budget amendments. As we sit here, you just simply go on the LIS system under the state budget, and under that you go look for the amendments reported out of the committee on Sunday. So you got a hard copy here, and they're online. While I'm making this announcement, Mr. President, I'd also like to point out on behalf of Senator Norman and I that tomorrow during our deliberations we will at some point take a recess and gather everybody in the old Senate chambers so the Senate Finance staff can brief everyone on the details of the budget amendments. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Petersburg? Senator Dance rise.
Mr. President, I rise for an introduction.
Thank you, Senator. We'll return to the morning hour without objection. Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in the gallery I see a few distinguished men, but one stands out, Mr. President. He has poise. He looks like he's a man that takes charge of things, that he can steer young men in the right direction. He can make them successful. He can help them rise to the level of senator. And guess what, Mr. President? He just happens to be the father of the Honorable Jeremy McPike. Mr. President, would you please extend a warm welcome of the Senate to Mr. Ed McPike, Sr.
I thank the Senator. Would Mr. Ed McPike, Sr. please rise in the gallery if you're able? Mr. McPike, thank you so much for being here with us today in the Senate. It's a special treat for all of us to have our families here, but particularly I know for Jeremy, Senator McPike, he speaks the world of you, and you've done a great job raising him and raising a great family, and I know you're very proud of every single one of them, and of course you're welcome back here anytime as a member of this Senate family. We echo the eloquent words of the Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance, and I would ask everyone please.
Mr. President, before you do that.
Please.
Would you please also recognize that he is the grandfather to one of our pages who, little Miss McPike, gave our Pledge of Allegiance this morning?
Oh, very good. That's right. That's right. And so you are also a proud grandfather to Aaron Olivia McPike, who did a great job this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. So you have so much to be proud of and just a beautiful, wonderful family. And I would ask everyone please to join me in extending the warmest welcome of the Senate to our friend Ed McPike, Sr. Do any other senators wish to be recognized for purpose of an introduction? Seeing none, the clerk will call the calendar.
Regular calendar. Senate bills now on passage. Senate Bill 1066.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 1066 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, Senate Bill 1066 is the bill that tries to address what was the wrong conviction of Keith Harward, the gentleman who we recognized here in the Senate gallery not too long ago. Senate Bill 1066 enables wrongful convictions based on what is now determined and later determined to be junk science to be subject to review by our Court of Appeals. There is no other way to have these reviewed. Keith Harward was convicted on bad bite mark evidence. Right now, the only way that he was acquitted or found to be actually innocent is the only way you can have your conviction overturned after the 21-day rule in Virginia. The only thing that saved Keith Harward was DNA. But right now what we're seeing as science develops is science is being used and accepted in our courthouses and our courtrooms, and it's later discredited. And yet when it's later discredited, and that was the main course in which that person was convicted, that person, under the strict rules that we have of finality, cannot challenge that discredited evidence. Here, what this bill does in a nutshell is if that person pled not guilty, went to trial, or tendered an Alford plea being they're pleading not guilty, but they're taking the benefit of the bargain that's in front of them, then if it's later determined that junk science was used to convict that person or was the mainstay of that case, they can petition the Court of Appeals, one petition, and have the Court of Appeals look at the case. If the Court of Appeals determines that that junk science was the basis of that conviction, they can vacate that conviction, and the Commonwealth is allowed to either retry that person without the junk science present or to not retry that person. Ultimately, we must understand, Mr. President, as you do, as an attorney, as I do, that injustice is imperfect. Our system of justice is not perfect. And it is incumbent upon us to do what we can to make sure that not one innocent person spends a day, let alone 33 years in jail for a crime that he or she did not commit, like Keith Harward so did. So for those reasons, Mr. President, and I want to remind the body that on more than one occasion, and most recently for 4 cases where junk science was found to have been wrongly convicting people in our jails, the Commonwealth of Virginia has paid $6.8 million taxpayer dollars to those wrongly accused. Mr. Davis, the Norfolk Four, Mr. Harward, Mr. McAllister. Let's try to get it right. We owe it to the people of the Commonwealth. We owe it as we try to make a more perfect union and more perfect justice. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1066? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1066 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1066 passes.
Senate Bill 1130.
Senator from Hampton, Senator Locke.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1130 pass. And speaking to that,
Senator has the floor.
Senate Bill 1130 references training for school resource officers, especially those who work with children with disabilities, mental health needs, and trauma experiences. The substitute just makes the subject-specific training areas an option rather than a mandate. Again, I move that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1130? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1130 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1130 passes.
Senate Bill 1218.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass, and speaking briefly to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I've spoken to the senator from Loudoun County. I think he understands the bill. This is a bill that I've been working with the administration on for some time. They support the bill. It just ensures that we will have the proper SOLs in the proper order, and I would hope that we would pass the bill.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Alexandria? Senator Eben rise.
I apologize for not asking the patron before, but I wanted to ask if he would yield for a question.
I yield.
Senator yields. You have the floor.
I would ask the gentleman if this adds any SOLs beyond what we already have.
I would answer the gentleman, no, it does not. We did put into the budget last year that we would make sure that we would have the social studies SOL, and that continues on. And the board is thinking about going back and forth on writing as well, so it ensures that the writing is in there. What it does do, and maybe what I would rather not do, is it does make a pathway where there's a possibility to get rid of an enormous number of tests. So basically you'll have math, history, science, and English, and that's basically, and writing, and that's all. And all those tests, including Algebra 2, Algebra 3, Geometry, all the other tests will be at the discretion of the board, and we could potentially get this to a place where we really just had the basics, which we had many years ago.
I thank the gentleman.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1218? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1218 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. Senate Bill 1218 passes.
Senate Bill 1321.
Senator from Augusta, Senator Hanger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. I'd like to speak to that.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate. Senate Bill 1321 addresses an issue in licensed family day homes concerning storage of firearms. What it does is essentially codify what is now in regulation, and it was brought to my attention as we reviewed some things working on licensing of these types of child care facilities, that we had a mother who presented herself who had lost a child in one of these facilities where there was a loaded gun left unlocked, and unfortunately the child lost his life. This mirrors the regulation. There has been some concern from both sides. Essentially what it says is that they have to comply with all federal and state laws regarding firearms and ammunition, but specifically all firearms and ammunition shall be stored in a locked closet, cabinet, or container during the family day home's hours of operation, and the key or combination to the locked closet, cabinet, or container shall be maintained out of the reach of children in the home. 2 points, one on both sides. It's kind of we have to hit the right spot for legislation like this. There had been concern on one hand from gun advocates that wanted to make sure that we didn't unduly restrict people who had the right to bear arms in an appropriate way. So we're not addressing that at all. This just speaks specifically, kind of replicating what's already in the regulation, which then, of course, gives the department more authority in regulating the licensed entities. The other issue that has been raised recently, and I think perhaps it was raised in committee, was that there are some localities that were concerned that by putting this in statute that it might infringe on some localities, specifically in Northern Virginia, I believe Fairfax, maybe Arlington and Alexandria, which may have more stringent regulations in place. And I'd like to speak to that briefly, Mr. President, because some of you have been around for quite some time, recognize that I've been a strong supporter of the Second Amendment, and I carried in 2002, I carried it years before that, but in 2002 I was successful in getting a preemption bill through, which essentially says that the localities cannot enact more stringent ordinances in their local codes than authorized by state code. In other words, it was called a preemption law, and that's been in effect since 2002. At that time, we grandfathered some of these localities that already had taken those actions, and so that still stands in place, and this bill does not speak to that, nor does it infringe on their ability to maintain those more stringent regulations. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thanks, Senator. What purpose, Senator from Eastern Fairfax? Senator Servell, rise.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Senator Yield?
Yes, I'd be pleased to yield, Mr.
You have the floor.
Just so I'm clear, we talked about it in committee, but I don't think you were there to be able to present or hear the exact question. But my recollection is that about 12 years ago, this body or the legislature adopted language giving localities the option of prohibiting firearms in home child care. And that was after your 2002 preemption bill, so the grandfathering wouldn't kick in for that. And I just wanted to make sure that we're crystal clear that by passing this bill, that we're not overriding the local authority we gave those localities to prohibit firearms in those home-based child cares. Because I'm pretty sure, as you said, Fairfax and I think Alexander Arlington may have used that authority that was given, I want to say, in maybe 2008 or 9. I'm not 100% sure of the date, but that's my memory of it.
Mr. President, I would respond to the senator from Eastern Fairfax to say that I am not totally clear on that, or at least I can't 100% represent that, but it's my understanding that since we're not addressing this in this particular bill, that it goes no further than to what it says, and that it would not infringe on something previously authorized.
Just one further question.
Senator Yield?
Yes, I'd be pleased to yield.
You have the floor.
Just so we're crystal clear, in the case this ever comes up, it's not your intent to try to limit or restrict that in any way. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. President, I would say that is a fair statement. It is not my intent to infringe on those previously authorizations granted by state code, and that I would make that very clear.
Okay. I thank the gentleman.
Thanks, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1321? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1321 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote?
Yeah, it's too much.
The clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 4.
Ayes 35, noes 4. Senate Bill 1321 passes.
Senate Bill 1331.
Senator from Franklin County, Senator Stanley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I now move that Senate Bill 1331 pass, and speaking to that motion.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As brief as I can possibly make it from the senator from Chesapeake, I will make it this way. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an epidemic going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia, and it's an infrastructure problem that affects our ability in the 21st century to attract businesses and make sure that we're delivering a 21st century education to our children. That infrastructure is our schools. And no matter what the zip code, no matter what region, everybody who sits in this body has a crumbling school in their district right now. And quite frankly, our localities, as they're hampered in what they can do in terms of generating revenue and the money that they have, need the state help. So we created a subcommittee, which I'm honored to have served with so many, a bipartisan subcommittee out of the local government committee in the Senate. And we went around Virginia, all parts of Virginia, and we saw this for ourselves. And so from that, we have created some bills for the Virginia Public School Modernization Act. This is one of those bills. What Senate Bill 1331 does is give the localities a tool in the toolbox where they can enter into lease purchase agreements with companies. They can enter into purchase agreements with companies. They can actually create new modern school buildings that have and the use of solar in terms of generating power. And in terms of generating that power, they can also then, if it's a net meter gain, sell that power back to the utility and defray their cost of electricity, defray the cost of the building, and make sure that their children are living in the most modern 21st century environment as possible. We must take the first steps. Our inner cities and our rural areas are suffering from the same problem. And when they can't get the education that they deserve, that we're giving our children up in Northern Virginia, then it is an unequal education. We owe it to those children to give those localities, those inner cities, those rural areas, those county cities and towns, this ability to have the opportunity to pay for a brand new school in this methodology. So for those reasons, Mr. President, I again renew my motion that Senate Bill 1331 pass.
Thank you, Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1331? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1331 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1331 passes.
Senate Bill 1352.
Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1352 pass. And speaking to the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, this is the bill that creates the Office of Medicaid Fiscal Oversight and Accountability. Mr. President, I'll be brief in my comments. We had a situation where the Medicaid forecast was missed by almost $500 million. And Mr. President, certainly the current director was not here when that forecast was created, and the current agency is working very diligently to try to make sure that a mistake like that does not happen again. But Mr. President, Medicaid has become one of, if not the largest growth factor in our budget. And for us to be able to make sure we make good decisions, we need to be able to rely on those numbers. Mr. President, the creation of this office would require monthly tracking, reporting to the legislature and executive and to the public so we could anticipate trends, know about them as they are having, and make sure that we have accurate numbers. Mr. President, certainly the individuals currently in the department now are taking some tremendous steps forward. But to ensure that systemically we don't have this situation again, we need to make sure that we have an independent agency that is consistent and reliable as we continue to craft our budgets. Mr. President, as we look at the challenges that we have financially, and certainly we'll take up the budget at the end of the week, if we had had different accurate numbers, we could have been having a much different conversation about the priorities in spending and where we could put our resources this year. So with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion that the bill pass.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is Senator from Fairfax City, Senator Peterson, rise?
Gentleman, yield for a question.
Will the senator yield?
Potentially.
Potentially. Senator has the floor.
I would ask the gentleman, is he a believer in small government?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would answer the gentleman yes. That's why I took the positions out of the current agency and moved them to the new agency so there would not be an additional expenditure of money. We're just making sure that it's independent. The governor would appoint, the legislature would confirm the director.
Further question,
Mr. Chair.
Further question. Senator Yield?
I yield.
Senator yields.
That the best way to solve a problem is to create a new state agency.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, the best way to solve this problem is to make sure that everyone, the members of this body, the one down the hall, the executive branch, and the public are looking at accurate numbers and making decisions on accurate information. Mr. President, we did not have accurate numbers. You can debate why we did not have accurate numbers, but there is no dispute that they were not accurate. This would ensure that we have accuracy in the future.
Further question, Mr. President.
Further question, Senator Yield?
Getting to the end of the list, Mr. President.
Senator Yields, you have the floor.
Would you agree with me that the growth of government is a problem?
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I would say that government growth continues, but that's not relevant to this piece of legislation because it does not grow government.
I'll speak to the bill at the appropriate time.
That'll be right now.
That'll be right now. Okay.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, I didn't mean to tease my fellow member of the House of 2001 class and the House of Delegates because I know he's a good conservative, but I just note that, yes, we did have an issue with Medicaid. Yes, we did miss it. Yes, we do already have an auditor and inspector general in our state government right now. But the solution to this problem with DMAS is apparently creating yet another state agency. Is that how we solve problems? We create state agencies? Or do we more efficiently utilize our existing agencies? I think we ought to more efficiently utilize our existing agencies. Thank you.
Thank the senator. For what purpose does the junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Steph, rise?
Mr. Senator, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Speaking in favor of the bill. This is what happens when you underestimate actuarial liabilities to overestimate savings. When you mislead individuals, you have to have oversight, and I support this fine bill.
Thank the senator. For what? Do any senators other than the patron wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1352? Seeing none, Senator from Hanover, Senator McDougal.
Mr. President, just to wrap up, was not clear, apparently. Mr. President, this does not create new positions. This takes positions out of one agency, puts them into a new agency where they will be independent. They will not be under the executive branch. They will not be under the legislative branch. It'll be independent, but not new positions.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1352 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 22, noes 18.
Ayes 22, noes 18. Senate Bill 1352 passes.
Senate Bill 1369.
Senator from James City County. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that the Senate bill pass, please, sir.
Senator has the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, this is a fairly simple bill. For those of us that practice law, we frequently deal with what we call the statute of limitations. That is a defined period of time within which a cause of action or lawsuit may be initiated. There has been an exception since the beginning of time, and that is at many occasions in the absence of specific statutory language. There is no statute of limitations for a government or a public body. What this bill does is it creates a statute of limitations in the construction industry. And what it says is that if, in fact, there is going to be a lawsuit or a claim made on a construction contract that involves a public body, with the exception of VDOT, that there's a 5-year statute of limitations from when the project was completed. There's an exception to it, and that is what we call a latent defect, and that's a latent defect which is not immediately conspicuous or obvious. It provides that if there's a latent defect, that a cause of action must be brought within 5 years from the date of discovery of that latent defect, but no later than 10 years. And it also deals with a warranty or a bond provision on a construction project. There's usually a performance bond or guarantee, and it says that any claim for a warranty or a bond must come within 1 year of the breach of the discovery that would invoke that warranty. With that, I'd move the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1369? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1369 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0, Rule 36-1.
Ayes 39, noes 0, Rule 36-1. Senate Bill 1369 passes.
Senate Bill 1406.
Senator from Petersburg, Senator Dance.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass and speak into the bill.
Senator has the floor.
This Senate Bill 1406 comes as an administration bill with the goal of achieving Virginia's standards of quality for school counselor ratios to meet the national recognized best practice levels. That would be the goal, that over a 3-year period that this would occur, that we would go from what is now 500 down to a 250 school counselor per student at each grade level. The recommendation also is supported by the Board of Education, the Governor's Northam's Children's Cabinet Work Group, the other school safety work groups that have been formed. The Speaker has one, and Chesterfield School Safety Task Force, for which I was honored to serve as a member. Again, Mr. President, I ask that the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1406? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1406 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1406 passes.
Senate Bill 1435.
The junior senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 1435 pass, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill creates the authority for the Commissioner of Social Services to summarily suspend the license of a child welfare agency when conditions or practices exist that pose an immediate and substantial threat to the health, safety, and welfare of children receiving care. This basically creates the same power, authority, and process that the Commissioner currently has for assisted living facilities. And with that explanation, I renew my motion.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1435? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1435 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1435 passes.
Senate Bill 1470.
Senator from Roanoke City, Senator Edwards.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 1470 pass. This is a mere shadow of itself. All it is to direct the Secretary of Transportation to evaluate the impact of increased fuel efficiency and increased use of hybrid and electric vehicles, and evaluate the potential options to provide a sustainable funding stream for the transportation infrastructure of the Commonwealth, and report back by December the 10th of this year. With that explanation, I move that this sort of a bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1470? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1470 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 25, noes 15.
Ayes 25, noes 15. Senate Bill 1470 passes.
Senate Bill 1491.
Senator from Russell, Senator Chafin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill,
Senator, you have the floor.
A few moments ago, I yielded to the questions from the senator from Alexandria and explained this bill substantially. This bill came on request of some school divisions out in Southwest Virginia, and the bill simply allows, under a very restrictive language, the ability for certain family members of superintendent of schools to be hired by that school division. Ultimately, the hiring authority for school divisions is in the hands of the school board members, and they vote to hire and fire individuals who are employed in school divisions pursuant to Virginia Code provisions. And this simply would allow a mechanism whereby, in certain instances, a family member of a superintendent could be hired.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1491? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1491 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1491 passes.
Senate Bill 1519.
Senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass. Speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 1519 is a bill that allows the University of Virginia at Wise to offer a reduced rate tuition to students that live within the Appalachian Regional Commission area into other states. Currently, Kentucky and Tennessee offer this to students, and we've seen a reduction in Virginia students because of the tuition rate that they were able to decrease it as. And also it adds Mountain Empire Community College to that list of community colleges to give them a 30-mile radius outside that region so that there are not affected by the tuition rate decrease. It would help the region and help recruitment to that college, and I hope it'd be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1519? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1519 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 38, noes 2.
Ayes 38, noes 2. Senate Bill 1519 passes.
Senate Bill 1587.
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Suderline.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd move that the Senate pass Senate Bill 1587. And speaking of that briefly.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1587 is a bill that came to me from one of my local school superintendents. The issue that we have is because the average daily membership's significant role in funding formula for how much money schools receive, the school divisions are incentivized to keep students there the full 12 or 13 years in the case of kindergarten. And they don't want the student to leave earlier and lose the money. But often it would be best for the student and even for the school division if a student who is already had everything they needed could go on their way. So what this bill seeks to do is add, it allows the average daily membership, that student who graduates early, to be factored into it. This is something that, especially with block scheduling, you'll see school divisions have government, which is usually in 12th grade, and English 12 be offered in different semesters to prevent a student from leaving early. So that's the sort of games that are being played, and that's the sort of thing that my bill is seeking to disincentivize. And so I hope it will be the pleasure of the body to pass the bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1587?
Mr. President, question from
Prince William. Will the patron yield for a question?
It sounds like he wants to yield.
Certainly.
I don't know if he wants to yield, but Senator has the floor.
So if I understand it, you're saying that a school system is going to charge the state for a student not being there?
That is not what would be happening. What would be happening is the Commonwealth would be choosing to remit payment for a student that would have regularly been enrolled through the 12th grade during the duration of those students' class cohorts being enrolled at the school. So this is saying if a student manages to do all 13 years and 12 years, the Commonwealth is still going to provide the funding for that 13th year for that student so that we don't keep going the path that we're currently on, which is encouraging the schools to play games.
Further question?
Yes, Mr. There's a lot of words, Mr. President, with the response, and perhaps we can narrow it down. So in the scenario that the patron proposes, there's an empty seat, and the Commonwealth is going to pay that school system for that empty seat in, say, year 12.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President,
13.
The bill exists to incentivize helping schools get the students through it earlier. What currently is happening, and if this doesn't become law and we continue down the current path, we will pay, as a Commonwealth, to the school division. We will continue to encourage paying them for a student who only needs to come for government in the spring or for English 12 in the spring because we've incentivized that behavior. So if we want the schools to keep doing that, vote against the bill.
Further question? Senator, for what purpose is the senator from Southern Fairfax, Senator Barker, rise?
Mr. President, speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
As the only no vote in both the Education and Health Committee and the Finance Committee, I just want to explain my rationale. I think there are two aspects of the bill that the senator from Roanoke County has proposed, one of which I'm sympathetic to, the other of which I'm not. One is the one I'm sympathetic to is the one where someone goes through the first semester of senior year and then is eligible to graduate. and therefore doesn't have to be there for the spring semester. It seems to me that it's reasonable to give the school system credit for that because they've already hired this. They have to hire the staff and faculty and can't have staff leaving at the middle of the year because a couple of students graduated early. What I'm not sympathetic to is if a student graduates a year early, getting full credit the following year for that student having been there when they were not there at all during the year, because there is an opportunity to size your faculty in advance and be able to ensure that you're not having to hire additional faculty for people who aren't there. And so that's why I have voted against this provision in both of the two committees where it came up, and will do so again today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1587?
Just briefly,
Senator from Roanoke County, Senator Line, you have the floor.
I was glad that it went on the path it did, so the senator from Southern Fairfax got to have that experience that I spoke to earlier of being the lone vote, and he got to have that experience twice. If it doesn't pass through and become law this year, I have an idea that this bill will be back in the future, and perhaps you can offer an amendment. But hopefully we'll get it going to the other end of the Capitol today. Hope the bill passes.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1587 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 27, noes 13.
Ayes 27, noes 13. Senate Bill 1587 passes.
Senate Bill 1590.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speak to that bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, this bill works to expand virtual education in Virginia through the Department of Education, and it would specifically allow expansion to teach all classes K to 12 instead of now where we are just in high school. It also will allow schools and school divisions to participate in more than 15 per course by paying a nominal fee for each additional student that participates, which will in itself pay for the expansion in the courses. These schools will get to keep their ADM, so there will be no loss to them, but that is what the bill aspires to do.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1590? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1590 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1590 passes.
Senate Bill 1680.
Senator from Williamsburg, Senator Mason.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 1680 pass and speak in the motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, members, about a year or so ago, our transit systems put in place Operation Assist and Allocation methodology of funding to try to make them more efficient, to try to make them do to incent them to do the things we want to do and just get every dollar to go as far as they could. Of the 39 systems, only 9 of them came out negatively impacted, 5 or 6 within 1 or 2%. But that dollar amount was pretty high for those 5 or 6, Mr. President. So this bill asks DRPT to, for 1 year, because they're in the midst of doing their contracts for next year starting July 1, DRPT is going to give them an allocated out of their $10 million reserve. For 1 year, they're going to cover up to $3 million in losses stemming from this funding formula and continue to work with some of the systems that have been adversely impacted on a go forward. So with that, Mr. President, I ask the bill pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1680? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1680 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 35, noes 2.
Ayes 35, noes 5.
5, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Senate Bill 1680 passes.
Senate Bill 1689.
Senator from Henrico, Senator Donovan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move the bill pass and speak to the bill.
Thanks, Senator. You have the floor.
Senate Bill 1689 is Benefits Consortium. This is a bill that we saw last year and passed out of the Senate and actually went to the governor's desk before it was vetoed. It's good policy. It's good policy we've already endorsed in Virginia, Mr. President, because independent colleges and the bankers already have Benefits Consortium. And this bill is an attempt to give some relief to individuals that are paying extraordinarily high rates on their taxes. There is evidence that when a purchaser of insurance moves from the individual marketplace where our families are being crushed with payments on their premiums to a benefits consortium, which is that large group self-insured kind of plan we talked about before that could be housed at any membership organization, they can save up to $10,000 a year. In fact, that's the average, Mr. President, that families would save if they were able to purchase insurance just simply in this other arena. And so I'm very sensitive to the injustice that there are some for whom this is available and not others. And I think that we should pass this bill and give the opportunity of other Virginians to save that money and use it the way they see fit.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1689? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1689 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 28, noes 12.
Ayes 28, noes 12. Senate Bill 1689 passes.
Senate Bill 1709.
Senator from Lynchburg, Senator Peake.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the bill pass and speaking to the bill.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. This is a very common sense freedom bill. This involves distillers and goes in conjunction with a bill that a senator from Spotsylvania has already put through Rehab and Social Services. What this bill does, currently distillers have to send 100% of their previous month's gross sales to the ABC board and then wait approximately 30 to 45 days to get their portion of the money back. This has been referred to as the net 30. This forces distillers to carry 2 months of operating capital while waiting for their first month's revenue to come back to them. This bill eliminates that requirement so that distilleries do not have to send their whole portion to the ABC, just the portion that ABC is owed. The second part of this bill deals with transfer fees. Currently, distilleries pay ABC $2 per case of alcohol that is moved. Unfortunately, in this case, the alcohol is actually stored at the distilleries. The distilleries' employees move the alcohol from the back of their distillery to the display room where it is sometimes tasted. And currently, they're having to pay ABC $2 for their own employees moving their own alcohol at their own facility. This bill addresses that, and I ask that it pass.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1709? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1709 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. Senate Bill 1709 passes.
Senate Bill 1716.
Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass and
Senator has the
speaking
floor.
to the bill. This is the 81 corridor bill. The controversial provisions, in other words, the meaningful provisions, the funding provisions have been removed from the bill. What this bill basically does is it creates an unfunded, non-reverting fund. So when funds are found or diverted to it, we have a repository for expenditure of funds to fund the corridor improvement program, which was developed over the course of the past year in an exhaustive process of public hearings by the Department of Transportation. It also creates a corridor improvement panel, which is represented by legislators from the Senate, House, and others along the Interstate 81 corridor. So it provides a means of keeping alive the hard work that the Secretary of Transportation, the Department of Transportation, and many up and down the Interstate 81 corridor put together over the course of the past year. And hopefully we can find a way to break the logjam and fund some of the safety improvements that have been recommended. But that's not part of this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1716? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1716 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 36, noes 2.
Ayes 36, noes 2. Senate Bill 1716 passes.
Senate Bill 1738.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. Speaking to the bill.
Thank you, Senator. You have the floor.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This bill is a bill that clarifies existing code for prosecution of illegal gambling by specifically declaring illegal these so-called sham sweepstakes machines. It goes kind of hand in hand with Senate Bill 1671 as part of all the folks that were carrying the charitable gaming stuff. So this would allow law enforcement the opportunity to actually go after and prosecute the other machines and establishments that aren't doing it the right way. It does have the support of the FOP, the VFW, and some of the other folks as the bill passed.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1738? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1738 pass? All in favor will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1738 passes.
Senate Bill 1750.
Senator from Portsmouth, Senator Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the passage of the bill.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Yes, sir. Speaking to the bill, Mr. President, what this bill does is authorizes a locality who imposes an assessment on the local hospitals to transfer those funds to DMAS, and then DMAS will obtain the federal match under the approved state plan amendment. This does not require expenditures of any state or local dollars. This bill only applies to the hospitals who participate in the two-state plan amendments. And in this case specifically, we're talking about Southampton Memorial Hospital in the city of Franklin and Southern Virginia Regional Medical Center in the city of Emporia. And again, Mr. President, I move passage of the bill.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1750? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1750 pass? All in favor will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1750 passes.
Senate Bill 1759.
Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Sorrell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 1759 basically creates a pilot program to fund underground utilities in a transit-oriented development in Fairfax County. It only applies in Fairfax County. It's only paid for by people in Fairfax County. It only has to do with Fairfax County. The county, under this pilot, would be required to front any money to pay for this. The money could be recouped by an assessment on utility tax bills for people who live in the county. It's something we've been seeking to get something done here for 3 or 4 years now. Both myself, the senator from Alexandria, the senator from Southern Fairfax. I would hope the bill pass. I'm happy to answer any questions if anybody has them.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1759? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1759 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 32, noes 8.
Ayes 32, noes 8. Senate Bill 1759 passes.
Senate Bill 1763.
The senior senator from Richmond City, Senator Sturdivant.
Mr. President, I move that the bill pass. And speaking to the bill.
Thank the Senator. You have the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, if you are on Commerce and Labor or Finance, you have heard this bill already a couple of times. This is the bill that would prohibit balance billing in emergency medical services. Some people call it balance billing, others call it surprise billing. But it is the practice that I'm sure many, if not all of you, have heard from your constituents. And it usually works out like this. Someone has chest pain or is in a car accident or a child is injured. They go to the emergency room at their hospital that covers their health insurance. But unbeknownst to them, the doctor that's assigned to them at the emergency room is not a doctor, for whatever reason, who is covered by their health insurance. And then only later do those patients get a huge bill in the mail that they never expected because they were at a hospital that was covered by their health insurance. And this is what is surprise billing or balance billing. And it's unfair and it hurts patients, and that this bill prohibits that balance billing in the emergency medical services context. This bill also removes patients from the payments that are made from insurers to doctors. It takes patients out of that process and just has the insurers and the doctors deal with each other directly. Right now, there are some cases where the insurance company will send the money to the patient and then the patient has to deal with the doctor. This bill removes the patient out of that process. And then lastly, I think one of the important things here is that it ensures that patients will be covered for emergency services regardless of the final diagnosis. And that is oftentimes very important in situations, especially where if someone thinks they're having a heart attack, they're having chest pain, they go to the emergency room, and it turns out that they were not having a heart attack, and they get balance billed. This will not hold that person responsible for that larger bill if it did not turn out to be an emergency. And then lastly, what this bill does is it helps to set a cap on what out-of-service emergency room doctors will be paid by using publicly available rates that are provided to the Bureau of Insurance. It develops an average based on the region of the hospital where the care is provided, so that there is some transparency and also some incentive to prevent emergency room doctors from going out of network. Right now, they have the ability to balance bill, and so they have the greatest incentive to remain out of network right now because they can essentially bill for whatever they want, and this bill would prevent that. And that is essentially the bill, Mr. President, and I'd ask that it would pass.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is the senior senator from Chesapeake, Senator Cosgrove, rise?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just speak briefly to the bill.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, you'll see there were 2 no votes out of Commerce and Labor. It's myself and my good friend, Senator Spruill. This is a good bill. Our no votes were directed to the sending of this bill to the dreaded Finance Committee, where we were afraid of happening exactly what happened to it. The clause is on the bill. So we anxiously await the final budget to see that the language is in the budget so this bill can become law. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank the Senator. For what purpose is Senator from Western Fairfax, Senator Marsden, rise?
Speak to the bill, sort of.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great bill, and this is a problem that has long since needed to be solved. I just would add that there's a similar problem in the medevac world of helicopters, except it's not surprise billing, it's surprise bankruptcy. We're talking about getting a bill for $32,000. Now, the FAA controls this. There's a lot of thorny problems to be solved there, but I appreciate the senior senator from Richmond solving this half of the problem, but we still have a ways to go, and I don't know exactly how to solve that problem, but it's one that needs our attention, and we will have hit a double-double here if we can get both of those. Thank you.
Thank the Senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1763? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1763 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1763 passes.
No. I'll leave yours alone.
Senator from Fauquier, Senator Vogel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am not distracted by the peanut gallery over here. Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which we passed Senate Bill 1778, I would like to please ask that that be reconsidered, and then just by way of a brief explanation, if I may. This was a bill that we debated yesterday. It dealt with health regulatory boards and conversion therapy, and it was introduced by the senator from Bedford. They say he who hesitates is lost, and many of you will recall that I hesitated momentarily yesterday and asked that that bill go by temporarily because I had some concerns and a little bit of a misunderstanding about that bill and how it might work. Fortunately, I was able to get that bill back before it was transmitted, and the patron has been incredibly gracious to indulge me and a few others in attempting to address some of those concerns. And so with that, I would just renew my motion that the bill please be reconsidered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1778 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, with that bill now back before us, I would move that the bill be recommitted to the Committee on Education and Health, and speaking briefly to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, I appreciate working with Senator from Alexander, Fauquier, and Henrico about some of the language. We were unable to come up with the language that does what I want to do and what the concerns of others are, and as a result, I'm asking that the bill go back to committee. Mr. President, as you'll recall, the board is planning to have regulations. If the regulations come back in such a way that I fear they were, but where others have told me they will not come, then I don't think we'll be back next year. But if they do, and there's just a clear violation of Virginia's Religious Liberty Act, then I think we'll have to come back. But, Mr. President, for now, I'm looking forward to our committee studying the matter and getting it right, and I would hope we would send it back to committee.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 7... Question is, shall Senate Bill 1778 be recommitted to the Committee on Education and Health? All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 1778 will be recommitted to the Committee on Education and Health.
Yes. Now I would
Senator from
wish to speak.
Lynchburg, Senator Pete.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side by which Senate Bill 1759 was passed, I ask that we reconsider that bill.
Okay. That's on page 37.
On page 37, yes, sir.
Okay. The question is, shall the vote by which Senate Bill 1759 passed be reconsidered? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The motion is agreed to. Senator from Eastern Fairfax, Senator Servell.
Mr. President, having previously explained this bill, I would move the bill pass and hope we pass this bill I've been working on for almost 10 years.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall Senate Bill 1759 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 29, noes 11.
Ayes 29, noes 11. Senate Bill 1759 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate bills on first reading. Senate Bill 1100, a bill which appropriated funds for the 2018-20 biennium and to provide a portion of revenues for the 2 years ending respectively on the 30th day of June 2019 and the 30th day of June 2020. Senate Bill 1265, a bill relating to the Department of Veterans Services Virginia War Memorial Division. Reported from the Committee on General Laws and Technology.
The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I request we suspend the rules and dispense with the second constitutional reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading be dispensed with? All those in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the second constitutional reading is dispensed with. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, I request we move this forward, engross it, and advance it to its third constitutional reading.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third constitutional reading? All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, I move we dispense of the third constitutional reading.
Okay. All right. Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All those in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are suspended and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. The junior senator from Virginia Beach, Senator DeStaff.
Mr. President, I move passage of this fine bill.
Does the senator want to speak to it?
And speaking to this wonderful bill, Mr. President,
the floor.
What this bill does is it adds names to the homes of recorded names and homes of the recorded designation of Virginia's missing in action as a result of the Vietnam War and all other Virginians who served honorably but who do not meet the criteria for placement on the Shrine of Memory and are required to be honored elsewhere in the Virginia War Memorial. The bill also provides that the Board of Veteran Services will advise the Department of Veteran Services on policies related to the War Memorial. This advisory authority currently rests with the Virginia War Memorial Board. With that, Mr. President, I move this fine bill pass.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1265? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1265 pass? All in favor will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. Senate Bill 1265 passes.
Uncontested calendar, Senate joint resolutions on second reading.
Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would now move that all of the Senate joint resolutions on the second reading on the uncontested calendar, which would include all Senate bills on pages 39 through 41, including Senate Joint Resolution 254 through Senate Joint Resolution 338, be engrossed and advanced to the third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments. Any senator who may desire to remove a resolution from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number of that resolution.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall all Senate joint resolutions on second reading on the uncontested calendar on pages 39 through 41, Senate Joint Resolution 254 through Senate Joint Resolution 338, be engrossed and advanced to the third reading in the block after the adoption of any amendments thereto, and that any senator desiring a bill be removed from the block do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 254, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendments.
Senator from Loudoun, Senator Black.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendments.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to.
Senate Joint Resolution 272, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 276, reported from the Committee on Rules with amendment.
Senator from Spotsylvania, Senator Reeves.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move the committee amendment.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee amendment be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted.
Senate Joint Resolution 277, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 286, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 287, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 289, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 298, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 299, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 301, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 309, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 311, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 314, reported from the Committee on Rules. Senate Joint Resolution 338, reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Senator from Accomack, Senator Lewis.
Mr. President, move the committee substitute.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted. The question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions be engrossed in advance to their third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The joint resolutions are engrossed in advance to their third reading. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would now move that the rules of the Senate be suspended and that the third constitutional reading of the titles of the Senate joint resolutions be dispensed with and they be placed on their final passage in the block. Any senator desiring to remove a Senate joint resolution from the block should please do so after the clerk has read the number.
Okay. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third reading of the titles of the resolutions be waived? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The reading of the titles is waived. The resolutions are now before the Senate for final consideration. Senator from James City County, Senator Norman.
Mr. President, I would now move that the resolutions be agreed to.
Thanks, Senator. We need to put them in a block first for final passage.
Mr. President, I would now move that all the Senate joint resolutions on the third reading uncontested calendar be placed on that final passage in the block. Any senator who desires to remove one may please do so after the clerk has read the number.
Thanks, Senator. Question is, shall the Senate joint resolutions on the uncontested calendar, third reading, pages 39 through 41, Senate Joint Resolution 254 through Senate Joint Resolution 338, be placed upon their final passage in the block, with the understanding that any senator desiring a resolution be removed from the block will do so after the clerk has read the number of the resolution. All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The resolutions are before us in the block. The clerk will read the number of the resolutions.
Senate Joint Resolution 254, Senate Joint Resolution 272, Senate Joint Resolution 276, Senate Joint Resolution 277, Senate Joint Resolution 286, Senate Joint Resolution 287, Senate Joint Resolution 289, Senate Joint Resolution 298, Senate Joint Resolution 299, Senate Joint Resolution 301, Senate Joint Resolution 309, Senate Joint Resolution 311, Senate Joint Resolution 314, Senate Joint Resolution 338.
The question is, shall the resolutions be agreed to in a block? All in favor of agreeing to the resolutions will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolutions in the block are agreed to.
Regular calendar, Senate Joint Resolution on second reading. Senate Joint Resolution 297, acknowledging with profound regret the existence and acceptance of lynching within the Commonwealth. Reported from the Committee on Rules with a substitute.
Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the committee substitute be adopted.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the committee substitute be adopted? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee substitute is adopted.
Mr. President, I move that the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the resolution be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is engrossed and advanced to its third reading.
Mr. President, I move that we now waive the third reading.
Question is, shall the third reading of the joint resolution be waived? Those in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senator desire to change their vote? The clerk close the roll.
Ayes 40, no 0.
Ayes 40, no 0. The third reading is waived. Junior Senator from Richmond City, Senator McClellan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the resolution be agreed to, and speaking briefly to that motion.
Senator has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the title of the resolution acknowledges, the resolution acknowledges with profound regret the existence and acceptance of lynchings in the Commonwealth of Virginia, which is a dark and often overlooked part of our history. This is a recommendation of the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Commission as part of our Lynching in Virginia project, where we will be working to compile information of all recorded lynchings, racial terror lynchings that occurred in the Commonwealth of Virginia in one place on our website. And we will work with the Equal Justice Initiative as part of their Community Remembrance Project to bring memorials that in remembrance of each of the victims to the localities where those lynchings occurred. We will work with them on their project to collect soil samples from the sites of recorded lynchings, and we will work with the Department of Historic Resources to identify sites for historic markers. The first such marker has already been approved for Charles City County. It's the first historic marker in the Commonwealth of Virginia recognizing a site of a lynching of a gentleman in Charles City County in the 9th District. And with that, I renew my motion.
Thank the Senator. Question is, shall Senate Joint Resolution 297 be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Resolution 297 is agreed to.
Turning to supplemental calendar number 1. Uncontested calendar, Senate bill on first reading, Senate Bill 1101, a bill relating to the Office of the Attorney General, representation of members of the General Assembly for violations of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act.
Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Good afternoon again, Mr. President.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I request we suspend the rules and dispense with the second constitutional reading.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the second constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, no 0.
Ayes 39, no 0. The rules are suspended and the second constitutional reading is dispensed with. Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, I move the committee amendments, the Finance Committee amendments.
Question is, shall the committee amendments be agreed to? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee amendments are agreed to. The Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, I move we engross and advance to its third reading.
Thank the Senator. The question is, shall the bill be engrossed and advanced to its third reading? All in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is engrossed and advanced to its third reading. Junior Senator from Virginia Beach, Senator D. Staff.
Mr. President, I move we dispense with the third constitutional reading.
Question is, shall the rules be suspended and the third constitutional reading be dispensed with? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 40, noes 0.
Ayes 40, noes 0. The rules are dispensed with, and the rules are suspended, and the third constitutional reading is dispensed with. The junior senator from Virginia B, Senator D. Steph.
Mr. President, I move this bill, and speaking to that.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, Senate Bill 1101 allows the Office of the Attorney General, when necessary, to provide outside counsel to represent a member of the General Assembly in any civil matter alleging that such member is in the official capacity of his job and has violated the Freedom of Information Act. And with that, Mr. President, I move passage of this bill.
Thank the senator. Do any other senators wish to be heard on Senate Bill 1101? Seeing none, the question is, shall Senate Bill 1101 pass? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? Clerk, close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 1.
Ayes 39, noes 1. Senate Bill 1101 passes. Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that the rules be suspended and SR 106 be taken up for immediate consideration.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the rules be suspended and SR 106 be taken up for immediate consideration? All in favor of the motion will record their vote aye. Those opposed, no. Are the senators ready to vote? Have all the senators voted? Do any senators desire to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll.
Ayes 39, noes 0.
Ayes 39, noes 0. The rules are suspended to take up the resolution for immediate consideration. The clerk will please read the title.
Senate Resolution Number 106, commending Helen Turner Murphy and W. Taylor Murphy, Jr.
Senator from King George, Senator Stewart.
Mr. President, this is the resolution naming Helen and Taylor Murphy the outstanding Virginians for the year. I just want to point out this is the second outstanding Virginian from my district in as much as 2 years. I'm a little proud of that. We'll honor them tomorrow, but with that, I'd ask we adopt the resolution.
Thank the senator. The question is, shall the resolution be agreed to? All in favor of agreeing to the resolution will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The resolution is agreed to. Senator from James City County, Senator Dorman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Inquiry of the clerk at 2:41 p.m. Does that complete the calendar?
Yes, sir.
Excellent, Mr. President. Excellent.
Well done, everyone. Is there any other business to come before the Senate? Seeing none, the clerk will report any announcements on the desk.
Today, Tuesday, February 5th, the Committee on Privileges and Elections will not meet. The Committee on Local Government will not meet. Tomorrow, Wednesday, February 6th, the Women's Legislative Roundtable will meet at 8:30 in the Tillman Room on the first floor of the SunTrust Center. The Committee on Finance will meet at 9 a.m., Committee Room B, Pocahontas. The Republican Caucus will meet at 11:30 a.m., Senate Room 2, or is that 10:30? Is it 10:30? The Republican Caucus will meet at 10:30 a.m. in Senate Room 2. The Democratic Caucus will meet at 10:30 a.m. in Senate Room 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator from Rockingham, Senator Obenshain.
Mr. President, I didn't jump fast enough. I rise for an announcement.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President, members of the Senate, as you are aware, there is one vacancy on the Supreme Court of Virginia, and tomorrow, statutorily ineligible. tomorrow at the beginning of the Courts of Justice Committee meeting, there will be brief interviews of 4 candidates who have expressed interest and asked to be interviewed at the beginning of the meeting. Anybody who is interested is encouraged to come. Actually, all of you are encouraged to come and listen to the interviews. I would hope that all of the courts committee members will be there for that, but this is an important opportunity to become informed about the candidates. So I would extend that invitation to every member.
Thank the senator. For what purpose is the senator from Grayson, Senator Carrico, rise?
Mr. President, I rise for a point of personal privilege and a motion.
Senator has the floor.
Mr. President and members of the body, I rise with a heavy heart and to speak of another Virginia State Trooper killed in the line of duty and how important Senate Bill 1501 was yesterday that this body sent out. Last night, Trooper Lucas B. Dow, 28 years of age, and a member of the Virginia State Police Tactical Team was assisting the Piedmont Regional Drug and Gang Task Force with executing a search warrant at a residence in 1500 block of Cumberland Road and Route 45 just north of the town limits of Farmville. The TAC team had made an entry into the residence shortly before 10 p.m. on Monday when an adult male inside the residence began shooting them. The tactical team members returned fire and fatally wounded the male suspect. Trooper Dow was transported to Southside Community Hospital in Farmville, where he succumbed to his injuries. Trooper Dow becomes the department's 66th line of duty death, and Trooper Dow was from Chilhowie, Virginia, where he was a native and a graduate of the Virginia State Police Academy 122nd Basic School of November of 2014. Since his graduation, he had been assigned to the Virginia State Police Appomattox Division, and his assignments was in Area 20, where he patrolled the city of Lynchburg, Amherst, and Campbell County. He was also a member of the tactical team, and as you know, we have put forth efforts to make these men and women full-time teams. We have 2 in the state. We have 5 more to go. This helps them not to have to work the road and do dual duties so that they can be alert and able to handle these kind of situations. So what made Trooper Dow such a special guy? Like all young men and women who choose this profession, they're there to protect the people of this Commonwealth and to put their lives on the line every day that they go out there. And he selfishly did that last night. And in the words of John 15:13, greater love hath no man than this, that he lay down his life for his friends. Last night, there's 6 other members of that team alive because he laid his life down for them. Let me describe this young man. He's proud of his mother and father. Give me just a moment. Becky and Mike Dow, who've been my friends for 40 years. He had impeccable character. He was an outstanding athlete. He is a great brother to his sister Erica. He's the true image of a state trooper. For those of you that didn't know him, he's the Bill Stanley of the state police. he and my son were very good friends. And he used his humor to heal them. When a serious situation took place, he used that humor to heal their hearts and to show them that stress can be overcome by laughter. His teammates, this is their statement. He was an outstanding person and a great friend to us all. He always brought us a sense of humor in the darkest situations that we dealt with. We all loved him, and it's great, and it's a great loss to our team. He will never be. We never had to worry because Lucas always had our backs, and he was always there to pick us up in those situations. Many of you recall the story I told on this floor some years ago about the sheep and the sheepdog, and how the sheepdog is there to protect the sheep. And not always do the sheep like the sheepdogs, but the sheep knew that they were there to protect them from the wolves. And when the wolves come calling, the sheepdogs jump into action, and they will protect the sheep with their life. One thing that I didn't tell you is there's a shepherd in the field. And when the sheepdog is wounded, he takes him, he heals him. And when it's so severe, he takes him where he doesn't have to fight anymore. Where there's no more pain and there's final peace. And I move that when we adjourn, that we adjourn in honor and memory of Trooper Lucas B. Dow.
Senator from Bedford, Senator Newman.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow in memory of Trooper Lucas B. Dow.
Thank you, Senator. The question is, shall the Senate stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow, and when we adjourn, we do so in the honor and memory of State Trooper Lucas B. Dow. All those in favor of the motion will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is agreed to. The Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.